What a day.
It's going to be fantastic because the talent has descended on the epicenter of chess in the world. Yeah, we are in Chennai. I mean, it has given us 2 world champions already. I don't know how many we'll get in the future. So, if you perform here, you make a statement to the world.
Absolutely. And we all remember the first edition of Chennai Grand Masters in 2023 when Gukesh and Arjun jointly won it. But that helped Gukesh to reach the candidates and then eventually become the world champion. Last year was a Cinderella story with Arvind Chidambaram winning it. And since then, he's been going upwards in the world of chess. So this year, the big question is who's going to take the top prize home? Sahaj bhai, what's your thoughts here?
I think, I mean, objectively speaking, I mean, on paper, I think Arjun has the highest rating. So I'm going to say Arjun, but let's not forget there is Anish. And last year, Arvind was somewhat of a surprise for many fans out there. So, anything can happen in this tournament.
Yeah, I'm really hoping for a Nihal, uprising here because we know once he gets going what he can do. He's had a fantastic Esports World Cup. I think this is going to be the tournament for him. And of course, I think we would love to see Nihal as well in the 2750 club soon.
Yeah, I think Nihal is going upwards right now in his career. And he's here with a very, very well-known grandmaster, Vishnu Prasanna, who was the former trainer of Gukesh. So now Nihal is working with him. Who knows? That will create some kind of a magic here. But we must tell our viewers that we also have the challengers section with 10 really, really talented Indians who are taking part. And in there also, we have some amazing names.
Absolutely. There's Pranesh, there's Aryan Chopra, someone from Delhi, as someone from Delhi. So it's nice to see that. And of course, there is Vaishali, one of the top women chess players. And there's Harika as well, who had a fantastic run at the Women's World Cup as well. And there's Adhiban, let's not forget.
Yes, Adhiban, yeah.
Oh, we can see him on the screen here. Adhiban there. He's always in good mood, good spirits. He's talking with buddy Pranav. Pranav is actually the winner of last year's Challengers. So he got a ticket in this year's Masters.
That's important. That can change lives. In fact, Adhiban was mentioning, while he was hanging out in the opening ceremony, he was getting opening requests from guests. Yeah, okay, you have to play 1B3 for me. You have to play the London system. Okay, that was my request. But you have to play XYZ. And he's like, I only have 9 games.
No, if Adhiban plays 1B3 here, we will do something special. I think we'll get up and give him a standing ovation. I don't think he believes in that opening for a classical tournament. That's my feeling. But he could prove me wrong.
So Sagar bhai, a question for you. What if it's B3 on move 2?
Then it doesn't count. Yeah. Okay. Only if knight f3, b3, maybe yes. Then. Yeah. But I think 1B3 is his forte.
Okay, let's go. Eddie, first move B3 or second move B3? That's what I'm rooting for.
And also not to forget Vidit Gujrathi, I think will be a very strong contender along with his friend Anish. I think the duo will love to kind of destroy their opposition. What are your expectations from Vidit? You actually had the same flight with him, I think.
Yeah, I had same flight with him. I pestered him with positional exercises on flight, which was, I think, quite... boring, not just for him, but also someone was sitting next to him. They were like, what? Why are you shooting us? But I think for Vidit, it's a very important event because his last classical tournament was back in November 2024. Wow. So he hasn't played since 9 months. Okay, one can, of course, remember that he got married earlier this year. So that was a big, big event for him. But yeah, he would be looking to strike back.
Absolutely. I think he played only 2 classical. I did some stats, a bit earlier in the day, and he played 2 classical games this year. Only 2.
Just two. That Bundesliga game.
Exactly.
Yeah. And by the way, we have footages coming from the venue. Diptayan Ghosh is there with Harika. This is the challengers section, and also on the screen we have 2 individuals who have worked tremendously hard to make this tournament possible. Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan on the right there, and Shrikar, who's also the co-founder of MGD1. So A lot of effort goes into creating such a huge event. And I think big shout out to MGD1 for putting this together.
Yeah, months and months on effort. And I think it all boils down to this. Who can win this epic event? India's, I would say, the best classical event, right? We've seen people qualify for the candidates via this tournament. We've seen people become the world champion, life-changing event here. And it all boils down to these 9 days. They were supposed to be 10 days, but it got down to 9 days now.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Look at the intensity that Diptayan is sitting on the board right now. He is so focused. He knows what's at stake.
Yeah, it's actually one of his first big events, I would say. Maybe the biggest one for Diptayan. While for Harika, I think she's played so many top tournaments. So she would be feeling quite relaxed. Maybe we can also have some other footages as and when from the venue. Oh, we have Vidit Gujrathi.
He looks ready to go. He looks like, why are we waiting? Let's start right now.
My first move, khelna hai, white pieces, preparing since yesterday. I think he's very excited.
Sagar, my first move predictions.
Okay, Vidit 1 D4. Yeah, like his D4 is his main repertoire.
Yeah.
Although E4 he does play often nowadays. But when you haven't played for a long time, you want to fall back on your move that has served you when you were a young kid and so on.
Absolutely. I somehow think on knight f3, when I was checking their games in classical, especially Anish and Vidit, they also play knight f3 quite a lot. So I'm kind of hoping for some exciting chess with knight f3. But let's see. E4 is generally playing with some faster formats. Would that be accurate, Sagar bhai?
Could be. Although with Vidit, we never know. Yeah, he was Vidit 2.0. Now he could be 3.0. He might have changed his strategy. What are the head-to-head stats between Vidit and Jorden? They have played against each other before, I'm pretty sure. And they are good friends because Anish is a common friend to both. Who's leading?
So they have played 17 times
What?
with each other.
Wow.
And the score is 10-7 to Vidit.
Wow.
And the last classical win was it went to Vidit in the French league in 2023, where Vidit played, guess what, knight f3.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Some great research here, Shahid bhai. How much preparation have you done for today's stream?
I was just missing the playing part of the game, so I was just preparing for all the players as opposed to just one.
Wow.
By the way, Jordan also, yeah, he's so well prepared in the opening. I remember, like he won one of the Tata Steel tournaments, right? So if he catches Vidit in his preparation, then anything can happen. So I think Vidit
he has worked for Magnus Carlsen before.
Yeah.
In his world championship. So Jordan is that guy whose opening we will definitely focus on. And what about our top seed of the tournament, Arjun Erigaisi? Who is he facing today? And if we can have a look at him, maybe he's not yet come to the venue.
Yeah, and Arjun often gets black in the first pieces. I think this is one of the rare cases he has white. He is going to pounce on this opportunity like there is no tomorrow. He's playing Awonder Liang. Arjun might consider himself a slight favorite there, especially with the white pieces. I asked some AI models what should Arjun play basis, Awonder Liang and the current form. They said, he's likely to play 1d4. So let's see if that turns out to be true.
Wow. And there we have Arjun and Awonder on our screens here. And said by what is their head-to-head?
So they have played 2 times, but one little thing is that they've never played classical against each other ever. They have played 2 games, both of them were title Tuesdays, and Awonder actually got the better of him. He is leading by 1.5.
Really?
Half against Arjun.
My God.
The most recent win came in March 2025 in a title Tuesday event.
Right. But somehow I feel when you are opposite each other, it's a little bit different feel. Like when you're playing online, you don't see Arjun in front of you. So I'm pretty sure that right now, Arjun is looking very confident. He's also the top seed of the tournament. He's world number 5 right now.
Yep.
2787 is his ELO or 2776. I mean, he dropped a bit. He was about 2800.
28, yeah, more than 28 for sure.
And there you have
the ceremonial move is also knight f3. Wow.
Oh, knight f3. That's a ceremonial move. And Arjun will just say, no, let's just keep this position.
In a second.
And to all the viewers back home, we want to tell you that one beautiful innovation we have is that there are chairs in front of us here. There's a live audience. Guys, if you can give a round of applause to yourself for coming here. Thank you so much for coming. We have tickets that are there on sale. So if you can come, you can follow the live commentary. You can go inside the playing hall. A lot of excitement here in Hotel Grand Hyatt in Chennai. So if you are in and around Chennai, that means if you are in India, just come over.
And the playing hall itself, yeah, when you have such high stakes, is so you feel the tension inside the room, even if you're not playing.
Correct.
So it's totally worth to be in that playing hall and kind of experience these players firsthand, yeah. And
Handshake, Adhiban with his first move, guys.
Oh, unsubscribing.
I think that he also asked Brock and then said, no.
Yeah.
I'll just pull a...
E4, E5, Knight F3. I'm pretty much thinking this will be a huge theoretical battle. Yeah, Knight comes out to C6.
Yep, I think players are moving very quickly.
Choose between
Italian.
Oh, I got scared for a second. Bishop D3.
Hand slip right there, but Italian opening on the board, very, very typical at this level because you get to keep more options whether you want to play C3 D4 as on the board, or you can play C3 D3 and keep the position a bit more balanced, positional, stable, thoda aram se.
We are following the main line. I think Arjun is going just one step forward. He's like, let's not have fireworks straight away. Let's build this position slowly. The famous Italian is, of course, played at the top level. Like, I've seen thousands of games being played. And we'll see if Arjun is better prepared or Awonder.
And this is the beauty of chess, right? So when you start playing chess, this is the first opening you sometimes learn. And you see the same opening being played at the top level of chess. It's just how complex chess is that even after 20 years of playing, you're still playing the same opening.
Correct. And in this Italian, sometimes white will play H3. Sometimes he will go rook E1. Sometimes he will put his knight on D2. Sometimes A4 and knight A3. All these options.
Bishop E6 first.
So many possibilities and move orders that top players also keep forgetting their lines here.
Absolutely. And that's the benefit of playing Italian, because all the moves that you mentioned, you don't even have to play them in the same order. You can play them. You can play A4 now, you can play rook E1, you can play H3. All of these moves you can just transpose into one another, and one small little change can, change the entire position. Like, for example, I know this for a fact that if you play H3 too early in this position, black has this idea of H6 G5, which can be quite lethal. So you wait for black to castle before you play something like H3.
That's very important. Yeah, very important insights by Sahaj Bhai here. Well, he's the only grandmaster on this panel. So we are going to, Sahil Bhai, go back to him for many of the expert advice.
Yeah. I think he's in the corner there with the expert advice. So always switching to you, whenever we need that important crunch advice. And for now, Sagar Bhai, I think we're going to see time pressure for sure in this tournament.
Oh, by the way, time control, we should tell our viewers,
Yep. So we have, 90 minutes for the game, and we have a 30-second increment, and there is no additional time, right? So that means we'll see a lot of time pressure moments here. And
oh my God,
wait, knight
G4 coming at the F2 point. We thought Arjun is the one who creates these positions where there's direct attack, but Awonder goes for it.
Absolutely, and Arjun responds so fast. Still in his prep. I mean,
rook E2, castles.
Maybe H3 now?
Sagar, okay, there is no F5 in this position, and I'm very thankful for that, because after H3, F5 looks very dangerous. So you must play H3 right now, because if he waits for one, black can go King H8 and get away from that pin, and black can push F5 and sack that piece, and maybe it's possible somehow.
That's very interesting. Sahil Bhai, if we can show it, he did play H3, but instead of that, if knight came to D2, then Sahaj Bhai's idea of King H8, H3, and now F5.
Wow.
A piece there. Fantastic.
It looks dangerous. Takes. You move the knight. Queen is coming to H4, pawn to G3, and it's GG.
Why? But actually, H3 happened straight away. Knight went back to F6. And now Arjun is the one who's thinking a bit. No, not at all. No thinking. Rookie one back.
Wow, I think I'm very surprised by how fast both the players are playing. I think they also got one extra day of prep. I'm sure they must have looked deeper into the lines they're planning to play. But I'm very curious. So we had a shift in the rest day. I asked Vidit also this, Anish this. Do you think players will play different openings now because they got that extra day?
I was actually sitting with them on one of the dinners, and they said that the dynamic of the tournament has changed because tiredness will creep in towards the later rounds. Earlier, it was like you take a break and then the last 4 rounds will be much easier because you have taken some rest. But now that that doesn't exist, we will see more mistakes perhaps happening in the second half of the tournament.
Ooh, it's going to be exciting. So who can kind of manage his nerves, his energy, everything matters, not just the chess skills, and pawn to h6. Yeah, very solid structure from both players.
Simple chess happening here. One thing we also have to mention is who are the players coming here to the tournament with. Like Awonder has come alone. You usually see him hanging out with Ray Robson, who's also from his country. But I generally see Arjun super focused. And his mother is here. She has come all the way. And I think when Arjun is traveling with his mom, he's very, he's like, I want to win this tournament. I want no distractions. I want to focus.
Absolutely. And Knight B2 played. I think now we are gearing up for that attack with Knight F1, Knight G3, Sagar Bhai. And suddenly it looks very,
This game is going to be a build-up. A lot of fun. Sahil bhai, should we go to another game?
Absolutely. I think let's move on to another one. I would suggest maybe we check out the game of Vidit Gujrathi because we started off with D4, Knight F6, C4 and G6.
So by D4, I guessed it.
Yeah. So which opening are we expecting from Vidit in Jordan? Are we going into a King's Indian? Are we going into a Grunfeld?
I think one thing is for sure that Jordan kind of surprised Vidit in the opening because you can look at his time and he's thinking for about 4 minutes already, which is a bit unusual this early on. Jordan tends to play more Grunfeld, I feel. So, but King's Indian is also possible. But there is also a very crazy line here, Sagar. You can play H4 here.
What the hell?
You can play H4 and it's quite dynamic and it's very, very dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. But of course, these players are elite, so it's very hard to surprise them on move 3.
Like imagine from Vidit's POV, if we take one move back, he would be preparing here E6 the entire night, and he would be like, okay, Queen's Gambit, Nimzo Indian, Queen's Indian, Bogo Indian, and suddenly Jordan goes and pushes G pawn, and now Vidit is like, okay, all preparation is out of the window. Kare kya? Board pe.
And Jordan is sitting calmly. I think he has looked at the next 233 moves already. So he has no stress. He's looking, where's the water bottle? I'm going to catch some water. Maybe where's the washroom? He's not stressed at all. And Vidit, who was looking, pumped up straight, and now he's a bit more slumped in his chair and trying to figure out what Jordan has prepared.
H4 ho gaya to maza aa jayega.
H4 will absolutely be crazy, but I think from Vidit's perspective, it makes sense that he's thinking because Knight C3, even though it feels like a very natural move here, it's still a committal decision. Besides Knight C3, you can play F3, for example.
F3
is very, very crazy. You can play G3, which is this Fianchetto Grunfeld type of a structure, which we know
is with its forte.
Exactly, he loves it. So he's now debating, what has Jordan prepared and how can I get him out of prep and get the better of him in this game.
Guys, so much is happening under the surface, right? We see two chess players just sitting on the board and we think, "Arey, kya ho raha hai? We can't." But actually, it's all these work that happens in the background. Have they prepared this line or not? And too many things working right now in the mind of Vidit. We'll come back to this game. We want to see what Vidit does. Should we go to the game of Anish Giri?
I'm equally shocked that even here we only have 2 moves.
Oh boy.
So Vidit and Anish surprised together.
I thought Anish was white. This is Anish's line, no Petrov. Anish used to play exclusively, I think, until a certain point, if I remember correctly. Black pieces, yes.
Oh, but right now, is this the right opening? Because I do see on the board some other moves, yeah? Oh, some moves have happened.
Got it. So we don't have the moves.
E5 happened.
They happened, yeah.
D6. It's the updated now.
Yeah.
Oh, G6.
Oh, G6. That's very interesting, yeah. So now we need to check. Sagar, do you think Black should now play Queen E7 and maybe we head off into a equal structure?
I think if Queen E7 comes on the board and we trade queens, then it's very, very equalish, drawish type of a position. But we do remember that there was this Ding Liren versus Gukesh World Championship in which similar line happened. And White, if he's well prepared, can put some pressure, right?
Absolutely. And let's not forget Anish's last classical game against Aditya Mittal, I think it was in the Sharjah Masters, that 90 move rook end game where he kept putting the pressure. So I wouldn't want to go into the end game this early on against someone like Anish as well.
He loves to grind. And also, Anish was saying that, this trip to India, of course, he wants to play this tournament and all. It's also preparation for the World Cup that's coming up. So he would love to get used to the Indian weather, the Indian food, and so on. So right now, he has a very interesting kind of a thing. Queen E7 played.
Yeah, we're going to go into the end game. As you mentioned, yeah, he wanted to, kind of get adjusted to the Indian conditions. Hikaru usually travels 6 days prior, and he's doing it a few months, yeah. He doesn't even know the location. He's like, I'm going to try it out anyways.
We can ask our viewers here, guys. Oh, trade ho gaya, bhai. Puchne wala tha whether they will trade queens or not. It has been done. Castles here.
Now the plan is some rook e1, c3, bishop f4, knight d2. But Anish would know this position until 30. Yeah, at least.
His second is right now smiling. Yeah, we are very happy.
Sagar bhai, let's go to Vidit's board because something very crazy has happened. Yeah, we are. Oh, it's King's Indian. It's the seventh variation.
By King's Indian, mein Zemesh is considered to be one of the most aggressive weapons.
Yes.
And with it, playing this means that he is out for a full-blooded fight.
Bilkul. And Sahil bhai, I think you will remember this that game of, I think it was Prague versus Rapport. It was It was voted as the game of the year. It was F3. It was F3. It was this line. Crazy. It can be crazy from both sides.
But I'm worried, why did we think for so long though? That's the question, right? He thought for like 7-8 minutes. Was he trying to remember all the lines here?
I think Vidit was channeling the spirit ki bhai aaj fight karni. No positional chess.
Meditation before Salvation. Exactly. Before the storm, exactly.
For all that we know with it, he does meditate every day. And I think he's on this streak where he has meditated for last 1400 days.
Yeah.
Wow.
His meditation streak is longer than his chess streak, I think, at this point. So that's pretty impressive. And we have the King's Indian structure. So we're going to see Black Castle soon. Maybe we can have a brief look at the Vincent against Nihal game. And kind of
Nihal.
Yeah, and we have d4 again. Knight f6, another one.
Finally, we have a Grunfeld on the board. Yeah,
So we have one King's Indian, one Italian. Now Grunfeld, like many different openings being played here.
Absolutely. And Nihal played c5, which is, I must say, I have not seen this move much here. Usually you go short castle and then you go for c5 plans, but clearly Nihal is in his prep here.
So Nihal making a move which the engines consider as dubious, and Vincent, who is like super well prepared because one of his trainers. Does anyone know who's Vincent's trainer here? Wow, very nice. Peter Lecco is the trainer, so he's one of the most well prepared players out there, Vincent. And now Nihal makes a move that puts Vincent under question. Like, what should I do?
Absolutely. Out of 5,000 games, this has been played in just around 70.
Wow.
So this is I would say, a surprise. Maybe Vincent has not seen this move ever in this particular position. So he, of course, understands the structure, but he's going to have a long think, just like with it.
There's a quote by Vishi sir that I heard, that every door that the engine closes, it opens another one. This is the door that he's talking about, C5, which would not be played 10 years ago, but because of strong engines and of course so much experience, you are able to experiment so much early on.
Yeah, and actually this is such an important event for Nihal, right, Sahaj bhai? Because in a way, this is, I don't remember when did he last play a super tournament. Maybe he plays all these super important open events where there are strong players. But a closed round robin event for Nihal, maybe it's the first, yeah?
When you said super tournament, I was thinking of that game of Anish and Nihal when Anish was the queen up in the EW. And, immediately that came into my mind. I was like, that was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, online chess, Nihal is one of the best. Like, you can consider him in top 5 in the world with Hikaru, Magnus, Alireza. But when it comes to over the board chess, he's definitely the one who is, has to break into the top 20 mark. And perhaps if Nihal starts playing well in this tournament, it could be a huge thing for Indian fans.
Yeah, I think his favorite format has been online for a long time. He's put in much more energy as compared to the other Indian youngsters. But agreed with you. I think once he crosses 2700 again, he starts moving towards that world top 20, world top 10 rank, then automatically I think we could have an Olympiad team of 4 Indian players with a rating of 2750 plus.
Oh, that would be a dream.
Actually, right now our Olympiad team is Prav number 1, right? Then we have Arjun, Gukesh, who are all very close. World number 4, 5, 6 or something like that.
Actually, Arjun and Gukesh have the exact same
Same
rating.
rating. Yeah. So we have these 3, and then we have Arvind, who is doing really well. Then we have Vidit, who's also right there, 27-20. And if Nihal comes up, then, it's like not even top 5. We have 6 players who are strong.
Imagine being 2720 and not making it to the Olympiad team. I mean, it is insane. So here, Vincent facing the aura of Nihal Sarin. Maybe we can switch games yet again and have a look at the game of Pranav versus Karthikeyan Murali.
I've been meaning to check this game out because the H pawn was touched, and whenever when you play H4, I think you should go to that game because it's the Rosolimo, black plays B6, very, very logical, takes D3, and now H4.
Wow, this is very, very interesting what Pranav has done, and the clock timing suggests that he's still in his preparation. Pranav is someone whom even Magnus Carlsen is very fond of.
Yep.
He calls him the buddy Pranav. They were in the same team in the European Club Cup, and there I think Pranav scored a very important win. He's this kind of very tricky player. Yeah, he creates this mess on the board, and last year we saw him winning the Challengers. Can he do it against the Masters?
I think he can. He's also kind of lucky, as the drawing of lots, he got the number 1 drawing of lots. Anish also mentioned, lucky Pranav. Yeah, so he has luck on his side. He has chess on his side. He has that golden opportunity. He can pull this off, and his opening preparation kind of tells us that he's prepared.
And correct me if I'm wrong, number 1 spot means you get double whites.
Yes.
In the
first 2 games.
Yeah. That's a huge plus as a player because you can push for the win and you don't have that stress. So I think, and also H4 on the board against Karthikeyan Murali, I think things are looking good.
Very interesting position. And Karthikeyan, by the way, guys, still, I guess 1 week before the event, was thinking I'm going to be the top seed in the Challengers. And then suddenly Fedosiev couldn't make it. And so Karthikeyan came into the Masters, which is a big, this is a big opportunity for him. But on the other hand, what about preparation? You're going to face all these big guys. And are you well prepared for it?
Yeah, he's looking at, Adhiban's B3 lines, and suddenly he has to play Arjun. Now he's like, wait, there's no B3 on the board. So I think this is going to be fun. And, Pranav will be fully prepared. So this game will be exciting, as you mentioned, Sahaj. So which game shall we switch to now? We've had a brief look at all the games.
I think Arjun's game we should go back.
Absolutely, because Arjun, not because of the position, because of his time. An hour and 35 minutes. So let me just tell you guys, you have to play, you get half a minute with each move and 1 hour and 35 minutes. That means you are taking the time to process what your opponent played, writing the move, and then playing the move, and still you're gaining time. 135 is very unusual at this level.
Very, very unusual. And one thing we have to give it to Arjun is impeccable preparation. But that being said, when we go to freestyle events or so on, he's also playing there well without preparation. He's like this complete player. Give him any format, he'll do well. Classical, rapid, blitz, freestyle, Arjun is there.
Absolutely. And look at this knight c4, knight takes b6. I call Arjun the master of imbalances.
Yeah.
Because early on, in every game of his, very early on, he will create that bishop versus knight, sacrificing a pawn, just create that slight imbalance and, try to, take it from there. And I think he's done a wonderful job so far.
I have seen this position. ऐसे क्यों लग रहा है that this position happened just very recently? Was it some game of Anish? Was it somewhere it has happened? Sahil bhai, is there some game in the database, this position?
There is one game, and Black won that game.
Wow.
But I think, Arjun, as you mentioned, Sahaj, he's the master of imbalances, and he can do it over the board, judging the position. Imagine doing it when he has looked at it with the help of an engine at home.
He played Queen C2 instantly. I killed the
So Sahil bhai, that game was played in the Women's World Cup just between Li Tingji and Tan Zhongyi. He won. So very, very
exactly the Tan Zhongyi, that crazy game with that knight. I mean, I saw that game, and Black actually said in that line, "There's nothing to worry. Black had won that game. Great position." So now Arjun, who's sitting at home during the Women's World Cup and looking through the game, sees and spots an opportunity to improve as white. And I think he's gone for this. He's played Queen C2 instantly.
I don't know what Black proved in that game, but clearly Awonder is not thinking, Black is okay. He definitely feels the pressure right now. Arjun has sacrificed a pawn, and he has the initiative. Look at the clock difference, 13 minutes difference right now, and he knows Arjun is coming at him with everything he has.
Yeah, absolutely. And the compensation being, of course, him having the double bishop advantage, and Black's queen side structure is a bit damaged. That d6 pawn can be a target in the future. Bishop f4, rook d1. I think White's next few moves are very simple, Sagar bhai. But on the other hand, for Black, it doesn't feel that easy to play. For example, bishop e6 is what I would play in this position. But it doesn't even appear in the top 3. So I'm assuming it is a mistake.
Yeah.
It's not a good move.
Wow. I think Awonder would have looked at this game. I remember he was at the Women's World Cup as a second to Carissa Yip. He was there, I think, as a trainer. So he might have looked at it, but not as deeply as Arjun. And so now he's trying to figure things out. And Sahaj bhai says, Bishop e6 is bad. It's just a simple developing move. And it's not so great. The engine suddenly rises up.
Absolutely, and the answer is bishop to a3, rook d1, and again it seems you can also play bishop f4. I mean, White has a complete free hand to target that d6 pawn, and Black's position looks quite dangerous. I think this is what he knew. He knew that Black's move here is going to be very difficult. So a very critical moment for Awonder Liang here.
What else comes to mind here for Black? Because clearly bishop moving ahead was a normal move. Maybe do you move your knight to e5? Is that a possibility?
So Siler, knight e5 is a good move, but after you play bishop d7.
First,
You got
exactly.
but on the other hand,
I need to wake up.
You're not supposed to take the rook even. You're supposed to play knight takes knight and then bishop f4. So yeah, I don't think this is very, very crazy.
I was not this genius where I thought, if he takes my rook, I'll play intermezzo, knight takes knight. No, I didn't see it. But yeah, bishop d7 made sense.
I mean, it's like the bishop pair. You see its influence right now. Look at the pair attacking the rook, attacking the pawn, rook coming here. Like Black's pieces are not even developed. I think we're going to see like a 30+ minute time difference here very easily.
Do we see the camera of the playing hall? Because I'm pretty sure Arjun is walking like this, calmly in that zone. Yeah, there you see. All players, by the way, keep walking. I can see Anish there, Adhiban, Pranav, Pranesh, and there he is, Arjun, with 2 of his hands in his pocket and walking around like as if I know everything here. I wonder. Now it's your turn to keep thinking.
Absolutely, and that 1 hour and 35 minutes is a proof of that. I mean, this is completely insane. And by the way, the only player to have above, I think, 1 hour and 30 minutes even in the entire tournament. Harshavardhan also has 133, but 135 is still very, very impressive here, Sahil bhai.
Very.
Wow, and I think as Arjun thinks, his opponent thinks, sorry, and he might think for a long while, maybe we can have a look at the Vincent against Nihal game.
Yes, very interested if Vincent made a move.
Yeah, he took that pawn, and that was the best move. And Nihal quickly, by the way, 10 minutes Vincent took for this move, 39 seconds by Nihal. He plays bishop e6, and now knight to d4, best move by Vincent Keymer. So he's not backing down.
By Vincent Keymer is that guy who, in freestyle chess, when there was no opening theory, he would often think for like 10, 15 minutes in the opening for one move just to understand where his pieces belong. So I'm pretty sure he's not intimidated by Nihal's preparation. He brings his knight to d4 and has a very good position. He's asking Nihal, what is your prep all about?
Exactly, and he's gonna take that bishop on e6, and generally we have this rule, that there's this golden pawn, because it's something that I was taught when I was very young, that the F pawn is the golden pawn, and you don't touch it unless you absolutely have to, because it weakens your position. So knight takes e6 sort of takes away the double bishop advantage, number one, and also you have to forcibly, move your golden pawn as well, which can be a bit tricky for Nihal. But if the engine says that he is better, I mean, clearly he's still in his prep. He plays the best move with knight c6.
But this is a problem, right? I mean, if I take on e6,
the golden pawn is moving.
Yeah, it's moving, and somehow I feel practically, right, unless Nihal can equalize completely in the next 5-7 moves, like he will have to suffer for a majority of the game here.
And I think in general, guys, always remember that players like Vincent, Anish, Arjun, Vidit, who have played at super tournaments all their life, once they get a good position out of the opening, even if they have less time, they are able to grind it out. So here we have to be super careful.
Absolutely. And I think we should go very quickly to Vidit's board as well.
Let's go.
Because guess what? The same position we were discussing between Prague and Rapport, that game, this is the exact same position on the board.
Wow. Can we have it on the big board here? The move, little pawn move, a6 has been played here, Sahaj bhai. You have to explain to us, why is that pawn moved on the side of the board?
So the idea is white wants to castle on the long side with queen d2 and long castle, and black says no. As soon as you play queen d2, I'm going to throw b5 and sack this pawn, and you can say goodbye to castling on the long side. And as far as castling on the short side, you are going to spend at least 3 moves. Knight g3, bishop e2 and short castle, and I'm going to use that time to, get some activity, and that will be my compensation in this position.
There is no way Vidit goes for that line. If you've seen that game between Prague and Rapport, you get a nightmares, of that game. There is no way we'll see the same line.
So I'm saying Sahil by g4.
Yeah, maybe he starts off with this and just kind of keeps all options open. Doesn't commit to the queen side instantly, because that game everybody in the world remembers by heart. Yeah.
There's this tournament in Vaikanse that happens. It's called the Tata Steel Chess. And over there, we generally see a lot of fighting games of chess. And there are some super tournaments where you see very, very equalish games, like, very solid games, sometimes at the Sinkfield Cup. And I always used to wonder, like, why is it in some tournaments we see some crazy fighting chess, like we are already seeing here, and why in some tournaments everyone's playing solidly? And I think it has all to do with the field. And I believe the organizers of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters have done a brilliant job. Is they've kind of got this mix of players. Pura fighting chess is on the board.
There's youth, there's experience, there are stakes, because as we know, multiple of these players are trying to qualify into the candidates. They need those FIDE circuit points as well. So everything matters, and only few months to go. Arjun would be thinking, you know what? Hikaru is world number 2. Can I track his rating down? And then Hikaru has to think, do I play the World Cup then? Because right now he's in a comfortable spot with a rating of 2800, 06 or 7. So there are multiple players playing for multiple stakes here.
Also prize money. Yeah, the prize money has been doubled this year. It's 1 crore rupees. Wow. So I think players also, if I'm not mistaken, the first prize is $28,000 for the first player, which is, I think, quite substantial.
So I have to ask you both now. If you had to make a bet, so who do you think is the favorite to win this event?
In Masters, yes?
Yeah.
The safe answer for me is Arjun, because top seed, clearly very good at such tournaments. But my gut instinct, somehow says that Anish Giri might perform very well here. What about you, Sahil?
I'm a big fan of Arjun, so I'm gonna stick with Arjun, and I'm gonna say that he's gonna dominate here because he does, as you said, he does exceptionally well in these tournaments. When he plays, such events, I mean, he has such creative ideas in the opening.
Yeah.
And the master of imbalances. He confuses his opponent from the beginning phase itself. I think that's gonna work really well here.
Okay, Arjun and Sahil bhai.
I think just to balance it out, I think I'm going to put my money on Nihal today. Let's hope he cruises through. He has a crazy opening idea, of course, but it's going to be a sharp game. And of course, I would say, I think, regardless, I think Indian chess is doing well. Chess overall, we are seeing new stars come up every single day. I think this tournament could come out for be a great tournament. Somebody like Pranav or Karthikeyan Murali, they could start outshining. So I think let's see who kind of wins this event at the end. And
let's not forget that game of Karthikeyan against Firuza.
Yeah.
Remember that very sacrificed the immortal game. I would say the best game of 21st century for me because that it was for two pieces or something, and it was
Queen D2. Vidit by saying, Jordan, you can actually go for a queenside attack. I am long castling here. Or do you think that he can still keep that option open of going kingside, or he has made up his mind?
He's not gonna castle. I think he's inviting b5 so he can capture the pawn, and at least he will have an extra pawn in the position. And I don't know if he will castle on the long side after this. This is what I expect will happen. Takes.
You mean he'll give up a free pawn?
Yeah. For compensation. Black plays e5 here, and then d5 also is there. The white looks active here, but you're only sort of developed when your king is safe. But you cannot castle on the long side because you have the A and B files. You can't castle on the short side because it will take you 3 moves, and black is breaking the center in the next with d5. So it's
on the board. What are you doing here?
Wow,
you did not get an invitation to play in the challengers.
I played the qualifier. No,
How was it?
I did well in the first half, but then uske baad I started showing my true self after that.
But you already had to commentate, yes?
Yeah. I was going to comment it anyway. So it was very fun to play against against the top players of India. It was so much fun.
And I think when growing up, our coaches would say there's this dubious sign that some moves have attached to it. Do not go for those moves. Nowadays, engines have made it into theory. For example, something we saw in a couple of games. Now b5. And now what does Vidit do? For example, the best move is bishop to h6. Just allowing to lose that c4 pawn unless he's prepared.
Yeah.
This could be a huge red flag for Vidit.
So Sagar bhai, just judging by the time, I think it is Jordan who is better prepared.
Yeah.
Because he has only spent 5 minutes, whereas Vidit has spent almost 20 minutes in this position. And for sure Vidit knows that game between Prag and Trafford, and that's what's going through his mind, to not repeat that. And if I remember correctly, Prag took the pawn on b5.
He took there, yeah.
I think so. I think Prag took the pawn on b5. Sahil bhai, correct me if I'm wrong, if you see the game on the database anywhere.
Yeah. I can check it out, but for now, Vidit has to look at this position with fresh eyes. If I am khelenge kya, should I take the pawn? Should I go bishop at 6? Oh, he took the pawn.
The pawn. Wow.
He took the pawn.
He takes the pawn.
That's a question mark already. Jorden van Foreest, as we mentioned, his prep is impeccable. He's already gotten what he wanted out of the opening. I am sensing, some trouble here for Vidit Gujrathi.
Could very well be, actually. If Vidit is not well prepared and Jordan is in his preparation, it might turn out badly here. And now Vidit must take the pawn, right? If you take once, you have to take it again.
It's too late to turn back. You have to take the pawn. Black plays c6, black plays e5. And Sahil bhai, I think this is pure chaos.
And Jordan is not thinking at all. He knows. He's seen this with the help of computer at home. I think this is full pressure on Vidit. We're going to see another huge time difference here. And I think Jordan could be the favorite already in this game. Would you agree with that?
Maybe not a favorite, but for sure, definitely putting some pressure on Vidit. Position is equal, but yeah, if you're a pawn now and still equal, it means that it's a dangerous gambit.
Absolutely. And I think being with it, I wouldn't be comfortable here as white. First of all, because it's such a messy position. And secondly, because my opponent seems so well prepared. That's not a nice combination.
He made his move and got up. That's also sometimes irritating. Yeah, you make a move, you get up, put the opponent to think. By the way, in the crowd, there is one famous word that we attach to with it. We call him VD, but there is a word that comes in front of it, and that's what he did here. Yeah, he captured a pawn. Do you know what Vidit is called? Anyone? Yes, greedy is what Vidit is called, and he actually sticks to that. Over a pawn, I'll take it. I'll capture the pawn.
I think Vidit in general, it's his strategy in general, his play of style. He captures the material and then kind of challenges his opponent. Okay, prove me what compensation you have. It's worked for him so far. He got to the candidates by that strategy. But of course, here the problem is I don't think he's that well prepared. So he will have to make those decisions using the time on the clock. And Jorden has seen it already.
Jorden, if he makes his next move quickly, then I'll be like, okay, then it's trouble. But if Jorden takes 10 minutes here, then already things are okay.
So I don't think Jorden will think here, because if you prepare this as black, you know e5. Because, this is where the direct moves finish, right? Because you attack the knight, white retreats, and then you see the next move, and then I would expect Jorden to think. But right now,
he got into that typical chess player pose. He got into this. Any chess players here would know that when the player does this, he's already in a thinking pose here. So maybe Jorden is just confirming his analysis. Maybe he's prepared. We'll come back to this game. Very, very critical and important position here.
Yeah, maybe we can switch to the Anish game. Not many developments, but it feels like a position where white is kind of playing for two results, is castled, has free development for his pieces. Do you think there's any risk for white as Anish here?
We need grandmaster analysis here, because for someone with a just normal understanding of chess would think, oh, it's so equal. So said by, you need to break this down and tell us why is it that the bar favors white slightly here.
So I think firstly it's because white's king is safe and black's king is in the center. That's number one. Number two is I think white's pieces are slightly better placed. Like I generally it's considered that a fianchet to bishop is great, but in this position our pawn on d4 sort of blocks that bishop. So I think that's a good thing. And when we think of the next few moves for white, it's very easy. Bringing out the bishop on f4, bringing out the knight to d2. All of these pieces are focusing towards the center. Now I'll ask the same question for black. That black knight on b8 has to go to a6, which is not at least close to the center, right? It's going away from it. And secondly, that bishop on c8 wants to be on f5.
Yeah.
But that square is not given to him. So if you play the next few moves, I think black is going to struggle here a bit. But the difference is not that huge. I still think the position is balanced, but Anish is known to grind these positions for a very, very long time. So I think this will be a tough day. At least it will be a tough battle for Robson.
Yeah. Don't be fooled by the appearance of this position that, it's a very little pawn move here being made and the symmetry. I think Anish will definitely put pressure on Robson here.
Yeah, and Robson and Liang both have traveled from the US. I don't know if you feel this way, but the more you travel, the more motivated you are. Sometimes to kind of crush in an event, it's a lot of effort.
You feel very motivated if you can get over the jet lag.
Yeah.
US to India is completely another ball game than Europe to India or India to Europe, because it's like 9 to 12 hour time difference.
Yeah.
And it's not so easy.
It's definitely. I took one flight from Dallas to Delhi and I lost a whole day. Basically, a full day just flying. So it can be very challenging indeed. And by the way, just to quickly go to Vidit's game, because e5 was played in that position.
Very quickly, yeah.
very quick. I'm not sure how much time he
2
took.
minutes. He just took 2 minutes. Jorden van Foreest goes for e5, guys. Vidit Gujrathi in surely some distress here. But let's see what he can do over the board.
Yeah, and apparently the best move here is d5. And then black's best move is knight b6. Just for context, like you're kind of giving up this pawn, coming up with knight c4. I think if this happens, we'll pretty much know if Jorden is still in prep, yeah?
Absolutely, and you know that this knight b6, knight c4 looks dangerous as it is because you take the dark bishop, which is the most important piece for white, because it's the only bishop that challenges the king's Indian bishop. Yeah, that's the source of black's power, if I may. But if you don't play d5, then black will throw d5, and that looks even more dangerous.
So what black is planning for d5 here? Yes. My goodness, that's why Sahil by pushing the pawn is important.
I am a million miles away from castling. We will reach Mars before we reach the king's side. I think Vidit practically is under huge pressure then.
You know, when you are behind in development, there's this thing that you need to break open the center, and Jorden plans to do just that. Vidit has to be super careful. If we can get Jorden and Vidit on our screen right now, that's Ray Robson. They're thinking against Anish Giri. This will be huge. Yeah, like let's see what the body language of the players is like.
Yeah, I think Vidit's, yeah, you can see him there stressed. Yeah, that meditation will come handy. But the thing is, I think he needs to think, have a deep think, understand the position well, and then he can potentially play a few moves quickly. Because if he goes wrong here, that 1 hour won't mean much.
I'm a bit worried. I'm definitely a bit worried for Vidit. He needs to be careful. Let's say a move that I had on my mind was knight c1 to open up the bishop, to put the knight on b3. But Sahaj Bhai has just made us all aware. d5, boom.
Wow.
It's so much to calculate here. And it doesn't look pretty because you know white is a pawn up, but that is an a pawn. It doesn't affect the position at all. Black still has that full control in the center, and I think Vidit looks in deep trouble here.
You know, as Vidit thinks, he's going to have a long think here.
Look at him.
Oh, wow.
He's like this. He's using all the poses here to think now.
Oh,
he's put his head
Wow.
down there because, guys, he's not sleeping here. Yeah, top players are thinking blindfolded. He has the position very clearly in his head.
Absolutely, and I also think it's very important to calm yourself because you are. I think the nerves play a very important role, especially in classical when you have this position after move 10. So you have to calm yourself before you start calculating. So I think here that meditation will help.
Yeah. So I think as he thinks, we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back with Vidit's next move.
We'll start.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are live here, and the games are heating up. Things are getting very exciting. With me, of course, is Sahaj here, Grandmaster, and joining us right now is Kinsho Thought. Hello, Kinsho.
Namaste, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you guys here in Chennai Grand Masters. And I see so far we have some very interesting games in actually both sections. So, I mean, without further ado, I think let's just dive right into it.
Yes, let's dive into some chess. But just for our viewers here, you have come all the way from Budapest. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It was the longest journey of my life actually so far.
Wow.
First time outside Europe as well. So yeah, I mean, halfway into the journey, I was like, okay, let's just go back home. Of course, I'm joking, but it's after like 5 hours in a small area on a plane, I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna go back to bed.
But now that you are in India, I hope you are enjoying it.
Oh yeah, definitely. The first 24 hours were a bit insane with the hotel and everything, but I'm loving it here. Have a great time as well. I love the food, of course. Hospitality is amazing as well. So great to be here. Yes.
It is a very, very long journey from Budapest, just so you know, because there is no direct flight, Sagar.
Yeah.
Right? You have to travel for 14, 15 hours. So for someone who hasn't traveled, outside of Europe, it can be very, very difficult.
Right. And it's so amazing that you've decided to come here, Kinsho. For all our viewers, I think you stream a lot on Twitch, and it's amazing that you are here in the commentary panel. Should we begin with Vidit versus Jorden?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking very, very interesting so far.
So Vidit versus Jorden, we have this game on the board right now, and E5 was played by Jorden, and wow, this is very, very interesting because Vidit has finally played a move. It's been like, I think he took close to 20 minutes for his last move, and he has made an error or not. Knight to G3.
So it feels like a natural move because I want to get my bishop out and I want to castle, right? But I'm so afraid of this move B5, which we were discussing a bit earlier, Sagar. And Kinsho, maybe you can also tell us B5. How do
I resolve the problem?
what do you do here?
To be honest, first idea is pawn takes. But which pawn, of course, is the question.
Exactly.
Because we have way too many things to take, of course.
I hate these 4 pawns standing off against each other because it's like when you take here, something else happens. When you take here, this happens. If you wait, black can take here, black can take here. I mean, it always like kind of makes me go dizzy.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, if you don't take anything, black can also play C5.
Oh my God.
Just adding fuel to the fire.
Like if there wasn't already enough pressure, it's like even more.
True. So right now, I think Jorden is deciding whether he should push the pawn forward or not. And this will be an important one because he can also take the pawn in the center. Should we go very quickly to the other game, that is Arjun versus Awonder Liang?
Yes, let's do it. Oh, what is this position? So last time we were in this game, Arjun was down a pawn and he had some compensation, and feels like Liang has not made a mistake so far and the position is still quite balanced. He has found all the best moves, Sagar bhai. Remember we were discussing bishop e6 in this position, but he managed to find the best move, which is bishop d7. It looks a bit awkward at first because they say you should develop your pieces, but bishop on d7 is the best move here. And now he responds with bishop f4 and knight to e5. Are we gonna see a repetition here, Sagar?
No. He simply moved his knight to d4, and now knight c6. Oh, that's what you are saying. Repetition if he went back. And bishop f1 played by Arjun, and pawn push to d5. Maybe Arjun could have prevented this pawn push ahead by putting his bishop 1 square behind on c4, but he went back and d5 has been played.
Yeah.
e5.
e5, knight to e4, and I think this is where Arjun is thinking. It's maybe the first time that he has thought in this game. Am I correct
Yeah.
to say that?
Seems like it, yes.
I think it's his first long think of the game. He did think a little bit on the previous move here before pushing his pawn to e5 for 4 minutes. But now is the first real big thing. What should he do here is the big question.
Definitely, because I feel like if Arjun isn't fast enough, there could be some problems also on c3, no? There could be some rook c8 ideas. I thought at least, that looks like the most natural idea to me.
Absolutely.
That's a very good point.
But of course, we also need to look at the fact that the knight sort of entered our territory. It crossed, the halfway line. And so the question is, what do we do about that as well?
Well, we can kick it away, no? Like we can directly push our pawn and the knight is immediately questioned. Where do you want to go?
Definitely to c5, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
And suddenly white is now better again for some reason.
No, because Sahaj bhai, the knight can jump here and then can go into d6, c7. All these squares look very juicy.
Exactly. That's what the point of f3, and not just to kick the knight away, but also to acquire that important square on d6. An outpost on the 6th rank is always a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is quite good. But after f3, maybe he could have done something else, Sagar bhai.
Yeah, maybe here there is some deadly move that black has. Maybe we can ask our viewers here. Some of them very strong players. I can also see some grandmasters in the audience. So definitely not going to ask them to give an answer here. One is also a grandmaster and an organizer here. So he's also very busy, so he won't answer. But anyone, black to play, what should black do here? It's an intermezzo. It's like the knight is attacked, but you don't move the knight. You do something else. If there's anyone who would like to just try it out.
But it's not so easy, right?
Maybe from tomorrow we should keep some prizes, yes?
Yeah.
For our viewers. Yeah.
Chocolate or candy.
So if you attack, you must try to counter attack, not necessarily defend the piece. That's what we're getting at in this position.
Yeah, and now queen h4 is a very interesting move, attacking the bishop here, and you can't take the knight because the bishop is hanging, and this could make the position very complicated.
And Sagar bhai, one more thing. F3 seems like a logical move. Somehow I still go back to the golden pawn. Because just you can see every time you touch the f pawn for not for a tactical reason, it's just your position somehow becomes worse.
Yes. So actually pushing the f pawn might not be a good idea, and I think for all the viewers out there, what Sahaj just mentioned, f pawn is a golden pawn. Don't push it if there's no need for it. So moving on, we should quickly check the game of Nihal Sarin with Vincent Keymer, because it seems like there is a lot of movement that has happened in the game, and Nihal seems to have found some good moves here.
Yeah, absolutely. We were looking at this position just now with knight takes e6, f takes e6. I already like Vincent's position because the f pawn is not there. But some exchanges with pawn takes pawn, knight takes pawn, knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, and queen to d2. I believe this is, at least according to our friend in the Silicon Monster here, Queen D2 seems to be the first in accuracy. And what? Nihal just played rook to f8.
I can't believe he played rook f8. Did he castle?
Maybe castle. That's the rook first.
No way did he play rook f8. Did he?
The idea behind the rook f8, actually.
So I'm thinking maybe he didn't like the e8 king to be on g8 because queen d5 is a check in some scenarios. That could be. I'm just trying to make sense of this move. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe there is some deep point that Nihal is trying to make here. For me, it feels like some, transmission error, but it's not. It's not a transmission error. He has played his rook to f8 with the idea of coming to f5 with his rook. Wow.
So he could have done the same thing by playing short.
Actually, that's true.
Yeah, exactly. He just prefers his king on e8 as compared to g8, and that's very, very surprising and curious. But maybe Nihal is of this opinion. His king is safer here. I think it's not the best decision. Yeah.
Maybe, but also he wants to play long castle in this position. What do you think about that? Would you think that's a good move here?
I mean, black.
For black, you mean?
Yes.
Yes. I'm not completely sure. It feels a bit dangerous, but also I don't find the issue with it. So somehow, for my eyes, I would have just played castle and just trying to get the king into safety as fast as possible. But maybe he sees something that we don't, or some certain ideas.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Maybe it's just because the c pawn is already moved. Is why I don't like long castle that much.
And Sagar bhai, and for the audience as well, Vincent Keymer and Nihal Sarin have played a total of 18 times.
18 times.
18 times they have played each other, and the score cannot be closer than this.
9-9.
It's 8.5, 9.5
In favor of.
Nihal.
Wow.
But I would say it's mostly Nihal in online games and faster formats. Nihal has gotten the better of a Keymer. But there is a fun fact for everyone here. The first time that Vincent and Nihal played against each other, they were both 11 years old. And it was in the 112 World Championship
In Durban.
in Batumi.
Oh.
Actually, in Durban also they were there, but I don't think they played each other. But in Batumi in 2016, they played against each other, and the match ended in a draw.
Wow.
All those years back.
Actually, this is a golden generation for chess. Kids born in 2004, 5, 6, 3. You can take 2003, 4, 5, 6. This entire 4 months period has given us players like Arjun, Nihal, Vincent, Prag, Gukesh. I mean, crazy, yeah, how this period was.
Absolutely. It's this generation is something else for sure.
Yeah. And so it's very interesting now with both of them being world-class players. Vincent and Nihal are once again against each other. And right now, a very, very important moment in the game, because Vincent is better. But Kingshore, the time that Vincent has taken, 45 minutes is all that he's left with.
Definitely, it can get into a situation where it will be difficult to play under such time pressure. I mean, we're still pretty early on in the game, and already half of the time is gone.
Yes.
So
Only 11 moves have been played.
yeah, and also we have to take it into consideration that Nihal is a speed chess beast.
Yeah.
So
Very great point. And a move like Rook F8 could be those bullet instincts just catching on, and him just trying to muddy the situation. And you can see the effect of it on the clock for sure, because there is a 30-minute difference between these two players. And even though the bar favors white, if you asked me here, who would you choose, white or black? I'm choosing black.
But why? Why, Saj? Because white is a pawn up. This is an extra pawn. What is it that is going or working in black's favor right now?
And it's just one simple answer: king safety. I feel it's the same situation in Vidit and Jordan's position as well, where the king seems safe, but it's not. It's still in the center of the board.
You mean the white king?
Yes, the white king. The black king is also unsafe, but I feel white doesn't have as much potential to attack, because most of white's pieces are still in their original squares. So I feel for the white side, you can either castle on the long side, and that is already a bit dangerous, because that pawn on c5 is so exposed that c file looks so dangerous for white, and you cannot castle on the short side because it takes you 3 moves, just like in Vidit's game.
Wow. Okay, interesting. Yeah, like when you explain it this way, suddenly, you feel like, Nihal did play a decent move here. Yeah, sometimes, guys, there are moves which the engines completely say, bad move. But humanly on the board, you don't have the evaluation bar. You don't have the engine running. And That's why it's great to have here Sahaj, who's able to break it down like a grandmaster. Rook F8 here. Kinsho, nice move. Yeah, Rook F8 then. I mean, at least
Yeah,
some.
suddenly I feel, different about it. For sure. For sure, yeah.
Let's see if Vincent also feels the same, or Vincent is like, okay, this looks bad, and he's able to refute it.
But also, if we think about 10 moves from now, it is very clear that White cannot castle on the long side, right? White will castle on the short side. And Nihal being a pawn down in this position, his only compensation is finding some kind of an attack. So if he thinks that if White's king is going on the short side and my king is going on the long side, that creates more possibilities to create an attack. Maybe that's his thought process.
I pretty much think that White is going to push the pawn forward, and then maybe there is some pawn push in the center, activating the bishop. F2 point could become weak with the rook and bishop. Lot of things can happen here.
Absolutely. Looks very, 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 very scary.
Right. So let's head over to one more game. We saw 3 games right now. Arjun's game, Vidit's game, and Nihal's game. Now let's go to Anish Giri versus Ray Robson here. And this is that game where we have the maneuvering struggle going on. Has White improved their chances, or is Black standing solid here?
Looks pretty solid, I would say, for Black, but Anish is a grinder. I still think about that game, that 91 move. I think it was 91 moves, correct me if I'm wrong, everyone, but 91 moves where he grinded, I think, Aditya Mittal in the Sharjah Masters. It just goes to show that Anish is a beast when it comes to such positions. It's stable. He has that slide advantage. He will keep pushing and wait for that mistake, which will happen. I think it's and I would still put my cards on Anish here.
Yeah, time is very even here. Could go either way right now. Draw very likely, but as Sahaj points out, Anish will try to press.
So Kensho, who would you take here if you had to choose a color? Let's say someone just puts you up on the spot. Are you white or are you black here?
Actually, I would choose white for sure. I mean, even earlier, I was looking at these bishop f4 ideas, and the d6 square can become a bit weak at certain positions. We can never really play d5, right? Because the black squares are going to become extremely weak.
That's a great point. And in addition to the dark squares, in specific, that c7 knight, that e5 square, which is a central square, becomes super weak. That's a great point there by you. So I completely agree. I think I will also choose white. It seems much White's life feels a lot easier in this game for sure.
So slight favorite here, Anish Giri, as the game goes on. 16 moves have been played, guys. To remind you, after move 40, we have 30 extra minutes that will go to both the players. So it will be not like tremendous time pressure, but they do have to complete their 40 moves in 1.5 hours that they are given.
Sagar bhai, I would love to check out, one more game.
Yes.
Here, which is Vidit versus Jordan.
Again, yeah.
You know what move is on the board right now.
So we go back here. Knight to G3 was played. And D5 is on the board.
Just as you guys predicted, actually.
Yes, and Vidit said, okay, I'm not touching the pawn. He goes bishop E2. And guys, I think you have seen the move that Jordan played. But if you haven't, he's made the best move in the position.
Wow. And what is that move, Sagar bhai?
He has pushed his H-pawn, keeping that tension alive in the center. Between all these 4 pawns, Jordan is like, I'm going to put something more in the mix. I'll push my H-pawn, push it 1 step ahead, attack the knight, and wow, this is looking quite dangerous.
Super dynamic, actually, and I'm loving it. I always love these positions. And I'm wondering, how can Vidit proceed here?
Yeah, he's down on the clock by 30 minutes. His position looks dangerous. What should be White's best way to get out of this?
I feel like when you're in a situation like this, your first instinct is to just castle. So I'm guessing I would go short castle here. Black will play h4, I'm guessing. That is your plan. And then I bring my knight back to h1. It's not a pretty square. I agree, it's not a pretty square. But it's a compromise that I'm willing to make to get my king safe.
The knight on a rim is dim, they say. But I guess the knight would come back very quickly on the f2 square, right?
Yes.
Absolutely. So Black would probably have to act pretty fast to capitalize on this opportunity with this knight on h1. And now I see this move shown to us on the screen. Black can play h3 here.
Wow.
What is going on?
That would be really interesting.
King side, huh?
And also, let's not forget, Kincho, that Vidit's time is half an hour less than Jorden. Being in this position, you obviously have to solve some problems here from the white side, some really dangerous problems. And the moment you mess up, it's gone, and you're still half an hour done.
Right.
It's,
Vidit has to really get his act going here. He needs to make a comeback. We've asked all the people who are here on the panel, myself, Sahil and Sahaj, who their favorite is in this tournament or who they think will win. What about you?
I was kind of hoping that you guys would forget about that. Because, being on this spot is, always a bit dangerous to answer this question. I personally love Anish. Both his on board, like how he plays and his strength and everything, his solidity, and also his off-board
Like his tweets, yes?
Oh my God, I love his tweets.
I feel like the tweets are more.
I care for the tweets more than but yes.
So we have I think it was Sahil and Kincho who are saying Anish. So
No, I think I was saying it.
No.
Yes.
Anish, sorry.
Me and Kinsho say Anish. Sahil was with Nihal and you are Arjun fan.
I'm Team Arjun. I'm always Team Arjun in that sense.
So in that sense, Anish has very big support here. Yeah? Well, actually, Anish has many, many fans in India. Of course, he's Dutch #1, but we do know that his father is Nepalese. So he does have some Indian roots because I think the grandmother was from India.
Right. And his father also speaks proper Hindi as well. Once I remember in some Hogemin event in 2009-10, we actually had a conversation with him once, and he speaks proper Hindi. It was so nice to see that. But Sagar bhai,
very, very cool.
Yes.
Just like
But Sagar bhai, should we actually take a look at the challenges section to see what's going on there? And also, before you ask me this question, I'm going to put you on the spot. Who is your favorite for the challenges section?
I think in challengers, we have such interesting players like, Vaishali, Harika. These are the two women players playing there. I'm going to closely follow their games. We have the top seed Abhimanyu Puranik, who is from Pune, very, very strong. Iniyan is this young boy who is right now on the rise. He's winning tournaments. He won this Dole Open that happened recently. Then we have Harshavardhan, who is an international master. I personally feel deep in my heart, okay, we have Leon Mendonca also there, who is super good. But in the depth of my heart, if you ask me, I would be super happy if the beast Adhiban comes out on top here, because this guy, 2700 plus in 2019, I think 2018 it was when he crossed 2700. He was the 5th Indian to do it, but recently he has gone down on the rating list. He's now down to 2534, but we all love when Adhiban is in full flow, and we hope that this is the tournament for him. His home is just 10 minutes away from here.
Wow. And Kincho, same question for you. Who would you root for in the challenges section?
for me, it's always the female players. I'm a big fan of Vaishali. I remember when I met her and Prague at the Olympiad. I took a picture with them together as well, and it was a huge thing for me. And I just got to meet Harika as well for the first time, and she's lovely. So I'm in full support of my fellow female players.
Absolutely, love to see it. For me,
Yes.
me personally, okay, I'm gonna support Aryan Chopra here. because
She's from your same
yes,
city.
exactly. From so Delhi people, have to show some love, to each other. So I'm gonna support Aryan Chopra, but of course, big support to Vaishali and I feel any one of the players that you've mentioned, I will be equally as happy because they are just fantastic players. Adhiban is, I mean, such an inspiration. Sagar, I don't know if you know this, but I actually worked with him in the 1B3 course.
Oh,
I was actually the manager for Chessable for that entire course. It was such a pleasure to actually collaborate with him in that course. So I loved
super
the
lively.
play.
Yeah, well, full of energy is Adhiban. We'll look at his game, but I also want to put forth this Harika, who's here. 3 years ago, she was in Chennai. She was playing for Team India at the Olympiad. She was 9 months pregnant at that point.
Wow.
And today, here she is come with her daughter,
Oh, yes.
Hanvika, and she is there playing outside. And it's so nice that Chennai is the first tournament where she's brought her daughter. She's never come with her daughter to any tournament, but here she is. And we'll be all eyes on Harika, how she does.
Absolutely. So maybe let's start with Harika's game because we have some 4-night scotch.
Yeah.
Now, generally speaking, Sagar, right, this opening is very solid and white tends to have a good position, but I feel this suits Harika's style really well.
Yeah.
Because Harika is that grinder as well, in such positions. So is Diptayan in trouble?
Well, Diptayan, on the other hand, is also a very positional player and he loves to play these Catalans and all. And I think we might very well, if none of them go wrong here, it does feel like a very equalish position. So a good choice by Harika for game number 1, not risking too much and being very solid. What do you think, Inshu?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, seems not too flashy, not too dangerous, but also it's really positional for sure. Yeah, I think
White wants to play this B3 C4,
Right.
bringing the rook to D1. Like White is super happy, super slow, super safe. I know there is no danger to the king. Black, on the other hand, has these ruptured pawns on the queen's side. So you have this D5, C6, and A7. And in the future of the game, you want to target the C6 pawn because it's the backward pawn. And once that D5 pawn, that's why I want to play C4, yeah, because once that D5 pawn gets traded, that C6 pawn, the C6 weakness is what remains in the position.
Right.
So I think Harika is not even on the board. Yeah, she's I think she feels comfortable.
Yeah, and she has extra time on the clock. She has 25 extra minutes. Let's go to the game of the beast. He's playing the top seed, Abhimanyu Puranik, and we have the Benko Gambit on the board. I love it. Adhiban has come with his energy here.
Yeah.
That's what we love to see, no?
Yes, he's saying no fear.
So that's why we love to see his games because he brings that such a fresh energy and no one plays gambits at this level except for Arjun. Now it's because Arjun can do anything. He's completely unpredictable. But Adhiban is the OG player. Who's known for his creative ideas in the opening. I know I've played him some 3-4 times already. Each time after move 20, I was in time pressure.
Yeah,
because I had no idea what to do.
time pressure. Also, I played with him. I was always very worried that my king would get checkmated. He loves to attack. And here, as we can show our viewers here, black has 6 pawns. White has 7 pawns in the position. So white is a pawn up. But Adhiban has this open A file. And generally, the other rook comes here and puts pressure on the B file. So typical Benko Gambit stuff happening here.
And playing this against, on paper at least, it's someone who is 100 points ahead of you. I mean, that's the beast for you.
Yes.
Right there. Because Benko Gambit is definitely a statement in the first round itself. And it has paid off. Yeah? I mean, he
has a good position.
He has a good position already. Time, he has a bit less than his opponent, but feels like Abhimanyu is going to be in trouble here.
Okay, so we'll come back here. Vaishali, we are having a very quick roundup of the challengers section. We have Vaishali versus P. Iniyan here, where Vaishali, playing with the white pieces, has just moved her knight forward, attacking the rook on A5. It's 6 pawns per side. It does look very, very equal, but black seems comfortable here.
That's actually a very, very good question because black still hasn't castled yet. But they do have the open A file, I mean, half open A file themselves. So it's not that easy, in my opinion, or at least to me, it's not that obvious what to do. But of course, we are currently under attack. So the question is, where do we put the rook?
It's a good question.
Very, very important question.
Very important question. I'm thinking either A3 or A4. One of the other. I don't know which one. But if I was thinking here, I would choose because I'm going forward, right? I want to put my pieces forward. I don't want to bring the rook back because I'm also thinking, like Kincho said, that I want to castle and bring my other rook to A8. So that way I can put more pressure on the A file. That could be the idea here.
Yeah, I have a question now for our viewers here. If the black rook goes back, what do you do here as white? It's very important that you play with energy, as has been shown that if you have too many pawn weaknesses, they can all become targets in the endgame. So what is a good move for white? A little bit more aggressive, a little bit going forward. Maybe go for it.
You see, white cannot afford to be calm here because if you're calm, then you have so many weaknesses with your pawn structure. So white has to be super aggressive here. So what do you think? That's a good question actually, and not an easy one for sure.
Not at all easy, but I guess some have already found it. Yes, you found it. No, okay. Go for it. If there's anyone, guys, feel free. You can shout out your move. C5. Oh, beautiful job. How strong are you? But you finding all the right answers. C5 played. If let's say knight takes, we can take here with the knight, pawn takes, and now the D pawn is ready to run down the board.
Absolutely. Bishop goes away, bishop b5 check, and now I don't allow you to castle anymore. And I will, of course, take the c5 pawn back, at some point.
Okay.
So this looks very, very scary that this is not something that Indian should be doing. I think it all starts with that original position. Don't go rook a8, I think. But don't go back. Just go forward.
But Vaishali is this player who's always looking for tactics. Yep. And in her mind, it is like, I'm going to push the pawn, whatever you do. I think Vaishali seems to be on the offensive, although the engine says it's equal.
I'm loving it, honestly. I mean, very dynamic chess once again. Very also showing how important it is that the king is still in the middle. I mean, it all comes back to this d6 and these ideas only worked because the rook is still out of the game. Very much.
Absolutely, yeah, very important here. So Iniyan is thinking here. He has some important stuff to think about. Let's very quickly look at the game of Leon versus Harshvardhan. Harshvardhan is the only IM in this entire field. We have 19 Grandmasters playing here, and there's one IM who's playing, and Harshvardhan is this very talented young boy whose father, Gopal Krishnan, was a very strong chess player.
Wow.
And now his son has actually carried forward that legacy, and he's even become stronger than his dad. And right now, his first game here, he's put his knight on d3. Do you think he's doing well, or the knight on d3 could become a bit shaky?
First of all, Sagar bhai, I have to say that Harshvardhan may not be a GM right now, but he's definitely GM strength.
He might make a GM norm here.
100%. I think 100% there is because I think also in the qualifiers, he defeated me in a very, very, I would say not many people would be able to escape that, but how he played and how he fought was, fantastic.
Wow.
He actually took away my chances to qualify. So
it still stings a bit, huh?
No, absolutely. I'm so happy to see these youngsters getting playing at this stage. So I think I think it's great for the game. But yeah, coming back to your question, that knight d3, it's often a very common sacrifice at these positions because you leave the pawn on d3, and white's focus is always how can I capture this pawn on d3, and then in that process you find some crazy tactic. I don't know, some f5 or I don't know, some rook c3, something like that.
So something like here, you win the pawn, but then comes the move and you try to blow open the position.
Exactly. Double bishops, f4, Now, this is where I am okay with touching the golden pawn. Because you see, here we have to. Here is a tactical reason. So I feel like this is... Also, you can see rook a3 is not an easy move to make here, Sagar bhai.
Yeah, not at all. This is very, very complicated. In fact, I had one thought here. I want to check it out. In this position, because Leon is thinking, I was wondering if we could be greedy and capture this pawn on c4, because if rook takes knight, the knight on d3 is hanging. But said by, should we ask our viewers?
Absolutely. I was going to say that this is a great question to ask the viewers. Can white play knight takes c4 in this position?
Black to play, guys. What is the only move here for black to not get into trouble, but actually get a great position?
And white is in trouble after this.
Yes, ulta. Yeah, it's a complete
opposite.
Uno reverse here. Knight takes c4. What do you do? Black to play. There is a strong move here that black has. Go for it. It's tactics.
Always try to look at these positions in terms of direct moves. Checks, captures, threat. If you eliminate that, then you will find the answer. There is no checks possible, obviously. Then there is captures. So the rook c4 we've already looked at.
Yeah, if you take here, bishop takes, that's great
Not
for
that good, yes.
Great, because you're just a pawn up here for nothing. But any other capture possible in this position?
Kinsho, could you explain to our viewers what is the best move here?
So the best move here is, if I'm not mistaken, knight takes b2.
Ooh, nice shot.
Very sharp.
The issue is that, of course, the queen is hanging, so knight has to take back, and then we have rook takes c3, which, well, doesn't really seem that good anymore for us. We completely lost the initiative, and also the rook is now completely on its track.
Also, let's not forget the e4 pawn is under attack right now. You cannot touch the f pawn because the bishop on e3 is also attacked. It's like everything is falling apart for white here.
Correct.
So this can turn upside down really, really quickly. This is the benefit of playing such dynamic positions, I think, from the black side. So I even though the bar kind of favors white, I still like black's practical chances here.
Let's see how Leon is able to navigate through these challenges. We have one last game in the challengers that we haven't seen yet. Pranesh versus Aryan Chopra, and Pranesh is currently looking very strong here. Sahaj bhai, maybe Aryan in big trouble, yeah?
Ooh, that looks a bit dangerous. Yep, that c file, the bishop on d6, that knight coming to d4. Look at black's bishop. I mean, it's serving a really good purpose of blocking that c7 square, but at the same time, it's coming at the cost of, making the entire position passive. So, not looking great for Aryan Chopra here. I'm a bit sad about that.
Yes.
Sagar bhai, before we move on, I have a question for you and also for the viewers here as well. When we look at one-on-ones, like head-to-head matches amongst all of the players in the challenger section, there are only two players who have never played against each other. Can you guess who those players are?
Wow.
There are only two. Take a guess.
I mean, is it this game that is happening? No?
Actually, no. They have played, I think, let me just check. They have played twice.
Twice against each other.
Twice against each other. Both classical games, both draws. No results so far. However, it's Vaishali versus Iniyan has never happened. And it's so crazy because they are from the same state.
Yeah.
That has never happened before. And the second one is Harika versus Diptayan. And it's also very surprising to me because both of them are experienced players.
Playing chess since many, many years.
Yeah, they've never played each other before.
Right. So some fresh battles happening because we are here in Chennai. And I must say, this is an amazing, amazing opportunity for the young Indian talents. Like there is a Masters section where we have some great players coming outside from the country as well. But you always want to have this new opportunity that is being created for all these young 2600, 2550 players and the challengers section is doing just that. And Kinshu, the one who wins gets to go into the Masters section, which is, I think, life-changing in a way.
It's a huge opportunity and a huge motivation as well for all of the players to, I mean, of course they take it seriously, but to put that extra, even more extra effort to be able to play next year in the Masters section. I mean, playing among the huge names must be like, like a huge motivation.
Absolutely, and for Pranav, I think it is the same.
Yeah,
Pranav V. I think
last year he won it.
Yeah, he's in the same situation right now because and now he gets to play against the best players of the world.
Let's go to his game. Let's go to the game of Pranav V versus Karthikeyan Murali. Guys, Pranav is not only the winner of last year's challengers, he is the current world junior champion. He's also like super strong. He recently won a match against the 2024 world junior champion Nogerbek Kazibek, and so they had this kind of qualifying match for the FIDE Grand Swiss, and Pranav actually got the wildcard spot because of winning the match. So Pranav is doing really well right now.
Wow, he definitely looks in form, but however the position doesn't seem to favor Pranav for now. However, if white manages to castle on the long side, then I don't see how black can be better here.
But then just the A pawn runs down.
Push A4. That way you have no sacrifices, no problems. Because my knight on D2 does a wonderful job of defending the B3 pawn. So if my king is safe, then maybe it's not as bad as it seems.
The dark squared bishop seems a bit passive, right?
True. Both, right?
Actually, yes. But I feel like maybe, I mean, it might be a bit long-term idea as well, but maybe the black's bishop can get active through C7, A5, whereas white's dark squared bishop is pretty much stuck in there. I mean, there are pawns covering C3, B4 squares, as well as E3, actually all of them in that area, F4, G5. So it's not so easy to place the bishop. So what can actually Pranav do about that?
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think the only hope for this bishop here is to pop out on the A3 square and continuously put pressure on the C5 pawn there. But look at Karthikeyan. He's like, I am pushing my A pawn down the board. If you long castle right away, I am going A4 and black is close to winning there because the position opens up. So I believe Pranav has to play the idea Sahaj mentioned to block the pawn.
Yeah, A4 seems, forced to me. But once that happens, I will castle on the long side. And I feel white should just wait, don't create any mess on the king side because it can, if the position opens up, the placement of our pieces might actually be exposed.
Correct.
To black's attack. So I feel even though it may not be, I think the injury is being a bit harsher, but I think it's still very hard to play as white. It's not easy to sit and wait and not do anything in a chess match. Am I right, Sagar?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Karthikeyan has a very nice position here. Pranav has to be super careful, also slightly low on time. Which should be our next game? Should we go to the game of our top seed of the tournament, Arjun Erigaisi?
I think let's get into it.
Let's do it.
Let's go to Arjun playing Awonder Liang. We did leave it at this point. The knight had jumped into the center. We were thinking that maybe Arjun will kick the knight away. But Arjun here went for a very interesting move, knight to b5, trying to look at the dark squares. Bishop came to f5, which is a slight inaccuracy by Awonder. f3, now kicking the knight away. The knight jumped to g3 because the queen is attacked.
Right. And now he has to move the queen somehow, maybe to d2.
He played it, queen d2.
Okay, knight f1, only move. We see the blue arrow.
Yes, that's the only move arrow.
See the blue arrow.
And takes And Arjun is thinking here, or has he taken?
So apparently he has to take back with the king, because if he takes with the rook, then the pawn on e5 falls.
Right.
And somehow when the king takes on f1, you see there is another imbalance created in the position. This is why Arjun, I feel, is a master of imbalances.
Takes it with the king immediately, Arjun. So what's the imbalance here?
So you have opposite colored bishops, right?
Uh-huh.
That always favors the player who's creating the attack, because it's almost like you're creating. It's almost like you're attacking with an extra piece, because your opponent's bishop cannot control the same squares. So I feel this looks quite good for Arjun. And as far as the pawn is concerned, that pawn on b6 and b7, it's not necessarily doing anything at the moment. They are doubled, they are backwards, they are stuck. So they are not really any worry for us, at least for the next 10 moves. I feel like we are fine from Arjun's side. I think the person I chose, I think, is looking
good in the first game. Kincho Sahaj, I must say that what Arjun is doing here is very special, because the opening started with an even position. Awonder was playing great moves, holding the balance. But just like always, Arjun is able to weave his magic here. Sahaj just explained how this position looks better for white. I just am so surprised that Arjun is able to create this magic every single time.
Definitely. I mean, I feel like he's basically master of these positions, or master at creating these small differences and making it at some point. All the small ones are adding up, and then at some point it's just gonna end up exploding.
Absolutely.
So I feel like this is always what he's going for, what he's really good at. And I'm thinking, most of the times his opponents are not making any huge mistakes, but all of the small little things are adding up, and at some point it's just gonna explode. So I'm feeling like something like this can happen in this game as well.
I agree, and
somehow there has to be that that name factor, because if you play, I've felt it myself, when you play against an elite player, and they are known for something, and they do the exact same thing against you, it has an effect on you. That definitely has to play a role, I feel. And secondly, I think he's a master calculator as well. He can, I would say, one of the best calculators in the world right now.
Correct.
So that has to play for something for Arjun. And already from nothing, he just managed to create a good position yet again.
I like your point, actually, what you mentioned, that when two players face off against each other, it's not just the position on the board, but also this psychological pressure. I've seen this often happening when Magnus plays against someone. The opponents are always like, okay, yeah, we know that what you are capable of. And they many times crumble. And I think it also could very well be that now people start looking at Arjun in this way, because he has reached 2800 and is so strong.
Absolutely. Sagar bhai, I also, just to add on to your point, I played Magnus in the Pro Chess League once, okay? And at one moment, there was a knight taking a rook, and I didn't see it.
Yeah, because of the pressure, right?
Because of the pressure, because someone like Magnus is not going to miss that. And so definitely there is that psychological thing that Magnus has over. And I feel Arjun, Bukesh, Prag, these players also have that psychological edge over these other players. So I think that definitely plays a part.
Yeah.
Here.
Wow, Sahaj, by silently flexing there, having played Magnus Carlsen.
I got crushed very badly, and I'm not proud of that game.
But come on, playing Magnus in itself is a great thing, no?
The fact that I was this close to taking the rook, I would be an exchange up, and I would have a good chance, and that chance is never going to come again.
No, it will. Why are you saying it won't come again? Come on, you will get to play him again someday.
Yeah, maybe.
Really?
Get your revenge at some point.
Meanwhile, guys, moving on from this one where Arjun looks really, really good, we have Vidit versus Jorden, where Vidit seems to have kind of got his act together and made certain moves, especially getting his king to safety. He's castled it out. Let's just go through the last few moves. We did leave it at pawn to h5. and then pawn takes pawn, and here knight takes pawn, knight takes knight, pawn takes, and Vidit has castled here.
Very important to mention the time again. Vidit
Oh
is down
God.
30 minutes or 31 minutes, but
He
30
may have
minutes on the clock.
gotten his act together on the board, but on the clock, it's very, very, very scary. Black is pushing h4, black is pushing h3, and once again, your king is super unsafe in this position, and you're gonna think more. You're gonna think more, and let's not. There is no 40 move rule here. There is no additional time added to the play. So
Really?
there is no additional time.
There's no move after move 40, 30
That's
minutes.
what I was told yesterday. Yes, there is no additional
Okay, guys, I
just 4 minutes. That's
I
it.
was of this impression that there is 30 minutes after move 40. We will get it confirmed
Yeah.
from our director, because if there is no 30 minutes after move 40, then Vidit is in huge trouble here.
Sure.
But if there is a 30-minute rule, then maybe it's okay.
So maybe we can get the information, but I heard yesterday in the
The players' meeting.
players meeting they were mentioning this 90 plus 30, and that's it.
My God. Okay.
That is very scary to be on. Move 16, you have 30 minutes left.
Wow. Okay, guys, we will get you the confirmation either on the other side of the break. But right now, Jorden van Foreest has the move. He will push his pawn. He will push the knight away. Has to go to the corner. Again, push the pawn. Force Vidit to push his pawn forward if he wants to keep it intact. And then comes all the tactical shots here, starting with some moves like rook e8, putting pressure here, queen f6. At least for me, it seems like White's position is okay, but engine says it's bad.
It looks very bad. By the way, we have the chief arbiter right there. Maybe we can ask them.
Chief Arbiter, sir, what's the time control? Straight.
No.
Yep, it's straight 90 plus 30. No additional time for the player. So definitely that looks super scary for Vidit.
Man, this is actually super exciting now, because the time pressure is going to come very soon.
Yep. Yep.
And we won't have to wait for too long to see some action on the board, especially with h4 coming soon. So it's gonna become quite dangerous. I mean, I really, really don't like the position after g3. It just seems so pressuring for White.
But there is also a question here. After h4, my brain immediately asked, why not bishop g5? But I think you are losing the bishop after f6 and g5.
Wow, that's
Yes.
the next variation. Sent by g5 traps the bishop, which is the reason why after bishop g5, I mean, you can't play bishop g5 after h4.
So you have to go knight h1. Black throws h3. It's a very typical break in King's Indian positions. Yeah, so just throw h3. And now White always wants to play this move g3. And I can tell you, Sagar, it's always bad. I don't know why, but it's always bad.
Because this pawn, which remains on h3, is like this little guy next to the white king who's always threatening something. Yeah, you need to get rid of it.
That's a great point, actually. That's a great point. Yeah, it's a long-term pressure, over for the king's safety
But
for
it's
White here.
just not that easy to get rid of that h3 pawn. I mean, we can just play like, I don't know, knight f6 or anything, and bishop is always going to protect it. So we
That's
cannot
true.
even go like knight f2 and just get rid of it. So
That's true.
we have
Very
to
true.
consider the fact that that pawn is going to stay there long term.
Yeah, agreed.
What I'm thinking here is, will we see some rook takes e3 sacrifice in this game?
I think it's very much possible. Yeah, such things. This is, I think, a very likely game to be decisive between Vidit and Jorden. And while we've been very, not very, but at least slightly pessimistic about Vidit's position, let's just look at it on the bright side. If Jorden does not find all these dynamic moves, then Vidit can say, hey, I have 2 extra pawns on the queen side, and then he's completely better.
Yep.
So
Very
no slow moves allowed for Jorden.
Yeah, but he has the time to think about these faster moves, and well, we will see. We will see if he's gonna manage to do that. But I think let's move on to the next game. No?
The thing is, Sagar, bhai, he has so much time.
Yeah, he
So
has
he has-
27 extra minutes.
he can think all the time, and he can. I'm sure he can find H4 and H3. So looking a bit difficult for Vidit, but yes, I agree.
We can go to the next game.
Yeah, let's do
Should
it.
we quickly just ask our viewers, how many of you think Vidit is in big trouble here? Maybe if you guys can just say, or do you think Vidit will make a comeback here in this position? Yeah, no.
No one thinks that Vidit is in trouble here.
No one thinks Vidit is in trouble, and
They have the faith,
yeah, they do think that Vidit has it in him to make a comeback here. And I must say that it is quite possible because Jordan has to be very accurate.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go to the game of Anish Giri, the favorite here of me and Kinsho.
Exactly.
King G1 has been played here by Anish. I think there were a few moves. Just quickly going here. Knight A3, Knight D5, Bishop D2, H6, King H2, Knight C2, and he came.
What is King G1?
Yeah, I don't.
It's a good
That's pretty
move.
good.
Yeah.
You can see the star next to it. It's of course a great move, but what is the point to play Bishop F4 and to have Bishop H2 maybe in some positions? I'm not understanding the real reason for a move like this.
I think
Must be
Anish is just making some moves here to keep the game interesting, keep it going for long. Let's see what Ray Robson does. Maybe he does try to trade the bishops here. Yeah, Bishop F5.
Yeah, Bishop F. Maybe, they say kings should be in the center in the endgame because king becomes a piece. Maybe his plan is to bring the king to F1, to E2, I don't know, somehow, and bring it to D3. I don't know, that could be some long-term thinking by Anish here.
Bishop F5 is on the board, guys, to trade the bishops here. And Anish looking very, very excited. He takes the bishop.
Yes, immediately. No hesitation, actually.
Yeah, Bishop F5. Now Black will respond. Knight takes F5 because pawn takes will of course damage your pawn structure and make it will be difficult to save that position. So what now? Do I play King F1? Do I play Rook E2 perhaps, Sagar bhai? I am not sure.
F1, Rook E2. Maybe there's G4 in the air.
G4 is nice.
Let's see what Anish does. I like the intensity of Anish. He's not in that mode where, it's an equal position. Let's just make moves. He's like thinking really hard. He wants to create something in this position.
Maybe it's very much in his style as well. So I think he's surely gonna go for it for as long as he can, and then
Look at Ray's face there.
exactly.
He's not too pleased with this position here. Perhaps, I don't know. I think Ray Robson in general very dynamic player. Like he loves to play aggressive chess and
Calculation,
Yeah.
you can say, is his best skill because he's the world puzzle battle champion for 5 years in a row. I believe from 2020 to 2024, he won it consecutively, and only in 2025 he lost it to Andy Woodward just this year. But so he's definitely one of the best at calculation, and puzzle solving, and so that skill translates to dynamic positions. So
Anish is like, now no solving here. You only have to keep playing certain moves. And actually, it's smart, what Anish has done. He's taken away Ray Robson's biggest skill in the position. But of course, the game can sharpen up later. For now, it's very solid.
Yeah.
Yep. And also Anish really thrives on these positions. I think Vidit as well. Like for just to think they both are very, very good at these slow positions because positionally speaking, they will just squeeze you and you will not even know what happened. It's happened so many times. I've seen so many games where this has happened. But
And now we have the game of Vincent Keymer versus Nihal Sarin, guys. We did discuss so deeply about the move Rook F8 by Nihal Sarin, and we said, we are not too pleased with that move. But guys, look at what has happened next. Vincent Keymer did push his pawn up 1 square to E3. Then Nihal Sarin played here. Oh no, he didn't play E3. He played Rook D1.
Yes.
Rook D1.
Okay. Putting pressure there.
So you played Bishop D4, you push E3, and then I take the pawn on C5. Yeah.
You push E3, attack my bishop. The bishop takes the pawn on C5. And guys, here is a very interesting question for you. If I finish my development here, which is very important because I need to get castled. Oops, not bishop b5. I wanted to play bishop to e2. Okay, I'm not going to make the move. I'm just going to ask you, bishop e2, what is the best move for black?
It is GG already, no?
I think black has to think about the king, Sahaj, Kinsho,
Yeah.
get the king.
Get the king safe. Get the
Exactly.
king safe.
Opening principles as well. We haven't
Play
finished
queen basics or something, just to prepare for long castle.
Anyone wants to try black to play? Yes, absolutely. This is a big problem here, which is the reason why Vincent Keymer just played his pawn to a3, stopping bishop b4, pawn push to d4, and now we are on this position. The live board shows this. What do you guys think?
There are some moves more here. I think he's played
Oh, yeah,
b4,
b4,
Yes, we have b4.
bishop b6.
and bishop h6.
h6.
Wow. Okay, this is the live board now.
So apparently Nihal has to sacrifice his rook.
No. I mean, my first thought was, why don't we push our rook to the f5 square? We anyway wanted to get it here, right?
Like bishop d3, I guess.
Yeah.
E4 is way more dangerous because now there is no tension on the center. You can play bishop d3 next, go short castle, and black king is
F4, open.
Yeah, completely. But my question is simple: where is the black king going? Because it's not safe in the center. It cannot go to the king side. And on the queen side, there is a c file open. So it's going to be a long-term problem.
Okay, so not rook f5. What else?
By the way, the move is a bit. I don't think it's possible to play a move
Not
like that.
possible for a human to find, but maybe possible for a Nihal to find.
Yes, exactly. Nihal can still find it, and it would be very impressive if he does. That move is queen to d5, just completely ignoring the rook. You take, and you're not even threatening anything. You take my rook. I will just take your bishop, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm assuming the bishop was more valuable in that sense than the rook because of the weak dark squares.
True, very true. And also, that's the only piece that is active in white's position.
Yes.
Yeah, the other pieces, that bishop, the rook, are not doing anything at the moment. They're still in their original squares.
Yeah, I think with this already position that we have the live board where Nihal has to make a decision. We can see Nihal on our screen. He is looking elsewhere, sometimes at the board, sometimes away. I don't know how he's feeling right now, but not so comfortable.
Definitely, we can see that Vincent is completely, locked in, just focusing on a position. Probably, he feels that this is like a choice that has to be made, and it's very much gonna impact the game.
So, Sagar Bhai, they are the same age.
Yeah, both born in 2004.
Exactly. They are the same age. First time played in under 12. So many matches they have played against each other. And today again they are here, fighting it out. It looks like, it's such a dangerous position for both players. Right now we're looking at the bar and we feel safe for white. But if we turn it off for just a second, I feel white is just because you cannot castle.
Yeah,
It looks very scary to be either player here.
I agree. The bishop here on f1 is not developed. The king is in the center. Nihal Sarin is definitely on the prowl here. He's not looking at the board. He's thinking what his best move is. I would be super surprised if he finds the best move in the position queen d5. But then again, Nihal is a real champ. He can find it and give up an exchange because moving the rook doesn't seem that great.
Yeah, honestly, once you rule out maybe all the rook moves, you can start thinking about what if I don't even move the rook. So there is, I think, a chance that Nihal is going to find it. Actually,
You think Nihal will find it?
you know what? I think so. Yes.
Really?
At least the
Wow.
idea he will find. I think.
Wow, this is very scary for me. I don't.
I completely
Maybe you do have a point because once he calculates all the options from the rook, like rook f5, e4 we saw. Maybe rook f6 there is some other tactical idea. Rook f7 this bishop c4 I'm guessing. after he eliminates all of these moves, he will see that maybe I can sack the rook altogether. It's
Yeah.
possible, yeah.
Let's,
Sagar bhai, what do you think?
I think he might go for this d takes e3 move because it's a very, very forcing idea. Let's just analyze it. Takes here. You have to take queen takes queen. Oops, not there. Draw. Queen takes queen here on d8.
No, it's a. Wait a second.
Yeah. Second,
There you go.
Yes.
Queen takes queen.
There we go. Queen d8,
Queen d8, rook d8,
rook d8.
and then rook d8. Maybe you don't take with the rook, right? Because you are trading more pieces. So maybe here you take with the knight.
That looks passive, no?
Yeah.
Maybe don't really move pieces backwards.
Very anti-Nihal, I think.
What bishop takes here, maybe. I mean, that also looks passive. And then you take the rook, he takes the pawn, you take here, and then king f8. And I mean, this is a position which is lost actually for
Surely,
black.
yeah, surely. I mean, he sees.
Restriction down.
Yeah, I mean, maybe by process of elimination, he will see that Queen d5 is something I have to play, not
Correct,
something that
correct.
maybe it's not something he wants to play, but I think he will. I think I agree with you.
Thank
think I agree with
Thank
you.
Managed to get everyone on my side.
Very good, very good. Let's see if that happens here. We can wait, but we can also come back very quickly as soon as the move is made. Sejbhai, we can see if we can come back there. Maybe it's time for us to go to Vidit versus Jorden because Vidit has made a small inaccuracy here.
Oh, and Sagar bhai, this is exactly what I was afraid of because the position is still so tense, and now he's in a worse position, and he has 23 minutes left on the clock, which doesn't bode well. in
Okay,
this
let's
position.
quickly check. First of all, this position, we were highly recommending black to push the pawn one step ahead, h3. That did not happen. Jorden played the other good move in the position, rook e8. And with it, also had to bring his rook to e1, perhaps to sort of strengthen the e file, his pieces down there. But he went bishop b5, which is very natural because he's pinning the knight here. But it's not a good move.
Absolutely, and we can see by the blue arrow in front of us why it's not a good move. Apparently, only e takes d4 is good for. After bishop d4,
Let's
we should ask someone. We should
let's
ask.
ask our viewers
Yeah.
what is the incredible move here. If anyone finds it, this move here, you get an ovation from us. You get like an applause because it's not easy, guys. Black to play, and I pretty much think with it might have also perhaps missed it in his calculation.
It's
Could be.
possible. It's definitely possible. Once you see it, you realize it. But this only could be possible if after Vidit's last move. So it's possible that he missed it. But what a move it is!
Yeah, black to play. The only move. This should be a very beautiful tactic here that you guys can learn from. What would you call this tactic? Yeah, deflection.
Oh, to be honest, in English, I have no idea.
Tell us in Hungarian.
Without that thinking, I don't even know it in Hungarian. So
I think it is deflection. If I'm not, I think it must be deflection.
Deflection, guys, it is. And let's see if someone here is able to find it. Very, very important move. And if you don't find it, Vidit can be super happy. Oh, by the way,
Did he just play?
no, he didn't play. It didn't
play,
happen. Jorden is still thinking. And this is the position we were asking you about.
I'm just thinking. I'm just looking at the players to see if they're looking on the the corner of the board to see if they see the move. But it is very, very dangerous for both players. I don't think Vidit would have missed it now, right? Even if he missed it in the previous move, he would have rechecked his lines. Of course not.
He will not fall into it.
Yeah.
But it's possible to go into a wrong position because of it.
Right.
So that's
Very well said.
it's not that easy to find, actually. I mean, if you guys didn't tell me that, there is something going on, I honestly would have just said it looks natural.
Oh, he takes CD4 and now.
Do you think Vidit will take this? I mean, he has to not play this move. He has to move his bishop away. But just for our viewers, if you would like to reveal the answer here, black to play.
So I'm really hoping that it's Queen A5.
Yes,
Okay, let's go.
that's the move. Queen A5. Fantastic move. Deflecting the defender of the bishop. If you take the queen,
Then bishop takes bishop check,
Oh, that's
and
very
then
nice. That first
you
basic,
take the
yes.
queen.
intermezzo, and you lose a piece. And in case of after queen a5, if queen d3 trying to defend the bishop here, then I simply take this guy and then take this guy piece up again.
So what a crazy tactic it was, and it's so easy to fall into it as well. And I think Vidit is still thinking after he takes d4. So maybe he's rechecking these lines, maybe he sees it, and now he's thinking, okay, what is my plan B?
Yeah, I mean, if Vidit doesn't sees it now, and you can guys closely look at his video, he could be shaking his head slightly. He could be a little bit unhappy here with his position, or maybe he planned it all along and he'll just play bishop h6. I'm not sure.
I think I would be very tense in this situation as well, because you have 22 minutes,
Yeah.
and you know this position is not, at least you know you're not better as white, right? Because black has the center, black's king is safer. Your knight is on h1. I mean, what is that knight doing on h1? So it's not a good situation. And I mean, Vidit knows that he's not. This game hasn't gone well for him, and the time only makes it worse.
Correct.
Yeah, the time is definitely a huge factor here, especially that there is no additional time, now that we know that. But huge issues on the board. I mean, we cannot play bishop takes d4, knight is on h1 as Sahaj mentioned as well. And I'm also thinking maybe he missed it earlier and he sees it now. Although
What?
he looks kind of like he's about
No.
to make
If
a
he
move,
takes
but I'm not
d4, I'll be
No, no, no.
Yeah, then
I really don't think that's gonna happen.
I mean,
Although
then it's
the truth-
resignation on the spot.
immediately, yeah, it's done. He's actually going for the move as far as I can see.
Yeah. I'm also thinking that he's gonna play something soon.
Don't touch the pawn. Don't touch the pawn.
Don't
Okay,
take
no,
it.
he's calm. No ways. He's
But now with it down to 21 minutes, he might go below 20 minutes. Guys, no second time control. Straight 90 minutes, finish. 30-second increment. Oh, I'm getting nervous.
Yeah,
It's very scary. Time pressure is very, very, very scary.
This time control, by the way.
Me too.
Because here, there are more decisive games that happen. Yes, you sometimes have winning positions and not enough time to convert it. But then again, those very, after 40 moves, when you get 30 minutes, you can stabilize. Oh, by the way, with it does move his
Okay.
bishop to g5.
Actually, this is the move that I was considering. That why are we going to h6 and trading the bishop? Why not keep the bishop? Let me take this pawn on h4, because that's the source of my worry in this entire position. Black has to play queen b6. I'll bring my bishop back to d3 and I'll take on h4. What's wrong
That's
with
a
this?
great
But the
question.
computer,
Actually, not super obvious what the issue is here.
the
no?
computer really, really, really does not like this position,
Yeah.
Sagar bhai.
The computer is saying push the pawn like we always want to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you try to keep things together with g3, then suddenly it like drops like crazy. I think it's somehow this position for engines feels oh, by the way, queen b6
Queen
played.
b6 is on the board.
Oh god,
That's crazy.
I think Jordan is putting the pressure on the clock here.
He's playing so well.
Yeah, he's playing well.
Really quickly.
And he's putting, let's look at his accuracy as well.
I think 99.
99.4% accuracy for Jorden van Foreest here. That's insane.
And there's no bishop d3. We have
He played
e4
a4.
on the board.
A4 on the board, and now just h3. Oh, there is actually a much better
No,
move
I
than
don't,
h3.
I don't get it. Said by you have to explain it to us
Exactly.
why the next move is good, and I'm pretty sure Jordan might not find it because it drops the knight.
Yeah, true. But you get rookie to, I think the whole point is that you want to capture the 7th rank.
No
That's
way.
why you
No.
get open files, right? That's why open files are important, because you want to acquire the 7th rank.
I mean, not only, but we also have these three. Yeah,
D3
exactly.
and everything.
And the
is-
position is kind of falling apart suddenly.
But you're right, actually. This might, because you are a piece down.
Too much.
It's too much. Yes, you are a piece down. You might not be able to play all of this. You're right.
This is if Jordan finds this, it would be insane, incredible if Bishop A6 comes on the board. But I think it's just too tough to find this move. Also, like this position, like take on D7, Rook E2, Queen D1, D3 check, Knight F2, and it feels like White has saved everything and is a piece up. But then you have some kind of H3.
I was actually thinking Bishop D4, maybe putting some pressure on F2 as well.
Bishop D4 also a great move, by the way. I really like that because if Bishop takes H4, then you throw D2 as well. And Rook E1
Yeah,
might be a threat.
Okay.
It's just the position just keeps going and going and going. Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting a bit
Also,
too
let's
much.
not forget in that game that we have mentioned so many times between Prag and Rapport also sacrificed a piece.
I think this
And
is the
now-
opening to play for brilliancies.
Yes.
Play this with black and you get brilliant games here. This is what Jordan is doing.
Right, and Bishop A6, so very difficult move. Even if he does find it, I think he will think quite a bit of time here to be comfortable and confident to play a move like this. Because there is no real compensation. You just get activity. There is no piece. There is no pawn that you're getting back in return. So definitely not an easy decision. If I was playing as black here, Sailva, I would play H3.
You might, I think if you were playing Sage, you might even play Bishop A6. You are the kind of guy who likes to sort of give up material for initiative, right?
Right. But for me, I'm not great at calculation in general, so I would just say I'll play and then I'll see what happens.
H3 is the more kind of
Natural.
intuitive, less calculative move. What is your style? Do you like to attack?
Yeah, I do.
You're also an aggressive player.
Yeah, I mean, for me, H3, no brainer, knowing the king, the knight is stuck on H1. And I also feel like that once you start these ideas, H5, H4, you're kind of blindsided that you want to push H3 at some point. So you will always focus on that. When does it work? When it doesn't work? And I feel like maybe it takes away the focus from moves like Bishop A6.
Right.
Also, Sagar Bhai, she's a Mora Gambit fan.
Oh my God.
So she's definitely a very, very aggressive player.
No way.
Yes.
Wait, do you play it a lot like Mora Gambit with white?
Yeah, I do actually almost. I've been trying to shift because people are always like
Coming prepared now, yeah?
Everyone is playing those lines.
But do you have like an immortal game of yours in the Mora Gambit? Because generally it leads to some great attacks, yeah?
Sure, there is somewhere.
Uh-huh.
You're saying there are many.
Okay. Would love to see some one or two Kinsho in during the next 10 days. Okay, A4 here. While Vidit thinks now, while Jordan thinks now, we can. Which game?
Sagar Bhai, we should jump to Vincent versus Nihal because your prediction came true.
Wow.
You were right
he
in
took
saying that he's not going to
Completely,
play
actually.
and he's lost now. This is exactly the line you showed us like 10 minutes ago.
But he took on D8 with the knight,
Yes.
and then came a check. Knight C6. He took on C6. Pawn takes, and clinically trading everything. And now Nihal will take back the bishop on F8. Is this totally lost, guys? Because look at this pawn being nurtured by the bishop there. Maybe Nihal has some practical chances.
I am honestly, personally, not so sure about it because I feel like the rooks are there, the king is in the area as well. The bishop doesn't cover F1 either. So it can always protect F2, but it's difficult to make progress in promoting the pawn. So maybe in some certain situations, I think it can work out. But right now, it doesn't seem like it, in my opinion. I don't know what you guys think about it.
I think you are so right that this pawn is not so dangerous. And the second part is there's just no way to save the pawn on C6. It's gone.
Absolutely. And also this rook on A8 is, if that rook was a bit more active, let's say on D5 or maybe even D8, I'll take that. Because then you have rook D5, rook E5 check, some problems. But I think you're just not in time to get the rook active. So for example, if I play rook D8 here, Sagar Bhai, I'm just going to play rook D1. I won't take the pawn.
You
I
won't
will
even
just
take this.
No, I don't need that. I'm not. We shouldn't be greedy in this situation. Yes.
You are very simple. Trade the rooks, and then the rook will outwit the bishop.
Exactly. And then you take the c6 pawn, you push the AB pawns, and I think white is basically just winning now.
Okay, and Vincent finds the most accurate follow-up with rook c1, putting pressure on the c6 pawn. Guys, not looking good for Nihal Sarin. Actually, if you think about it, Vidit is in trouble against Jorden. Nihal is in trouble with Vincent. So not so easy for the Indian guys in round one.
Absolutely. The only guy who seems to be doing well right now is Arjun.
The
who still
top
has
seed.
The top seed, yes. Oh, look at this last move. G4.
Oh, wow.
So we did leave the position after king f1. Awonder brought his rook up to e6, rook d1, queen h4, and Arjun goes g4, sacrificing his pawn on h3 with a check.
So if I take the pawn on h3, surely I'm not trading the queens, right?
No way, then you are like 2 pawns down because
Yeah.
you are already a pawn down.
Exactly. So I play king f2, and now I have this threat of rook h1 as well, which traps your queen on top of the the bishop that is hanging on f5.
Oh, he took the pawn. He took the pawn. The game is getting
wow.
sharp. Guys, very important moment. King takes, king f2 will be played.
This is in such positions I have full faith in Arjun because he thrives in such-
Craziness.
Even
Yeah,
like
yeah,
what
yeah,
we mentioned earlier, also like, okay, computer shows equal, but at some point the position will just explode. So this is exactly what we talked about, like,
Yeah.
I don't know, 20 minutes ago or so.
Right. And do you think now after king f2, because this is a big threat, black's only resource is to take the pawn, pawn takes, and then queen takes pawn, and we reach a position where Arjun has given up 4 pawns for a piece.
But I have knight c7 also.
Oh, you are winning with, oh my god, you have a 4.
that's
I have a
Right.
full rook. Oh wait, rook f8. I cannot take the rook on e6 because of f takes e6. So that's very deep.
I don't know if
That's
this
getting
move
really crazy right now.
is easy because if you take the rook, it opens.
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
This is very, very, very difficult. Okay, but if Liang has sacrificed the bishop, he has seen it. I think he would have seen it.
I don't know. That by king f2 is on the board. Arjun has played it. Now the only move for Awonder Liang is to sacrifice the bishop. If he doesn't do it, Arjun is winning.
Arjun is basically winning. I mean, then if you don't sacrifice the bishop, then you lose the queen.
Yes.
So you have to sacrifice. Between a bishop and a queen, I'm choosing the bishop.
So clearly Awonder has to take it. But then the calculation doesn't end there. We have these mysterious rook moves.
Yep.
I'm slowly starting to feel this and Jorden versus Vidit are the game of the day, Like, so exciting.
Yep, absolutely. Looking very, very okay. I still like Arjun's position more simply because I know he thrives
Yeah.
in such situations. So just doing a quick roundup of every game.
Yes.
Pranav is equal. Pranav versus Karthikeyan is equal. Vincent is basically winning. Now, is it safe to say that?
Yes, Vincent should win against Nihal Sarin.
And Anish versus Robson. Anish is putting that slight pressure.
Anish is the one who's going to make sure that we don't grab our dinner early tonight. Yeah? he just will keep playing on and on. So it's equalish there.
Equalish there, and then with it in some trouble against. Oh, by the way, he does find Bishop A6.
Wow.
What
That's
the
a
hell,
brilliant
guys?
reaction.
I am
That's a
actually
brilliance.
going crazy. Yeah, I'm just going crazy here. I don't know. I want Jorden here after the game. No
Yes.
matter what his result, if he wins, draws, loses, he should come here.
Yes,
I
yes,
mean,
of
the
course.
game that he's showing here is actually incredible. I mean, Bishop A6 is such a difficult find.
And look at Vidit. He's like, okay, I'm going to chop the knight because what else? Yeah, if you are going to suffer with extra material.
Also, some hesitation by Vidit there because he was going for the piece and then he went back again.
He
So-
took it. Bishop D7, guys. Vidit Gujrathi is a piece up right now, but very likely going to be falling into a brilliancy today, a game that will be spoken about for many years to come.
So in the same year, you have the same opening, same, you sacrifice a piece by black. All of this is, going in the same
I'm not going to
category.
play this samish Kings Indian with white. It
I'm-
used to be my weapon.
Me, mine
With
too.
white, yeah, now I'm scared.
I will never play this again. This line looks so scary. And now Rookie 2 is coming in, D3 is coming in.
Okay, but just let's look at it practically without engine. Do you think that for Jordan to convert this into win is simple, tough? How is it?
I think it is easier because of the time. If we switch the times, let's say Vidit has 40 minutes and Jordan has 20 minutes, then I think it's difficult because it's about which player cracks first. And usually it's the person who that's under time pressure. So because it's a tense situation, right? For both players. One bad move can be very lethal for either side. And the person with less time is gonna crack first, I think at least. So I'm a bit worried for Vidit here. I think Jordan looks fantastic.
I think that's a very good point, but that is also why Jordan went for this line. Of course, he's more
Yeah.
comfortable because of the time, and he knows that Vidit has to think this through very, very deeply. But also, if you just think, if you just evaluate the position without any engines, just, practically, the H1 knight is so stuck there. It's completely out of the game. It has one square where it can go. We are taking the open file, the E open file, and we're capturing it with our rook. And it doesn't look so safe at all, especially because G2 is completely unprotected.
True. So Jordan coming in with the rook there, he's getting it in,
And
guys.
it's
Rook
on the board.
E2 is on the board. With it now has to think, a day before the Chennai Grand Masters was about to begin, we had some fire in the hotel, but now it's fire on the board.
Wow.
I'm so thrilled. I'm so thrilled with these games. Really, I think kudos to the players to bring so much of fighting spirit right from day one.
Yeah, and you can see, by the way, from their body language, with it just super focused. Jordan not even on the board. He knows the position is better for him.
He got up. He went away.
He's relaxed.
It's also psychological pressure,
Yeah.
I'm comfortable, I'm getting up, and he understands that Vidit is in a tough situation right now.
So 99.5% accuracy by Jordan
Crazy.
in a King's Indian. That is such a difficult thing to achieve.
Super tough. Well played, Jordan, until now. But guys, the game is far from over. We had Gary Kasparov. Once I was listening to his video, he used to say there's always a unit of attack. It's not just pieces, but even pawns can be considered as units. So, for example, after Queen D1, although black is a piece down, this D pawn which has come here can be considered like a piece.
Yeah.
It's so strong. So, in that sense, it compensates. I mean, we can logically explain this now,
Absolutely. And also, let's not forget the H pawn, because once you throw H3, that pawn has the same value as the D pawn as well, because as you mentioned a bit earlier, it's so close to the king. It's a long-term pressure that you have on the G2 square. Sometimes, Sahil, I'm also looking at this Rook F2, Queen F2 types of sacrifices with Bishop D4 coming in. It looks really, really, really scary. I mean, of course, this is a fairy tale. I don't think it's going to happen.
It could very well
it's
happen.
very realistic.
Yeah.
I mean, the bishop is waiting for its time to shine, and the king is still very much just stuck in its own little bubble. Whereas, I mean, the rook is completely stuck outside, the A1 rook, and the queen also cannot do much. So it's up to the rook, I mean, the F1 rook, the knight, and the bishops to defend somehow. But G2, for example, is not that easy to protect.
Yeah, I was so enjoying myself making some moves there because the position is so rich.
But what I don't understand is, why do we have to play H3 first? So let's say if I went Queen D1, you went a bit deep here. Black played D3.
Yes.
You went Knight F2 here, I think.
Yes.
And then you played H3, Bishop H3, and then Bishop D4. So
I was also wondering, maybe is it because we get the E8 square for our rook?
Or it could be because that bishop goes to b5, the d7 bishop. One of the two
many
reasons.
lines it could come back, and now with the bishop sidelined, it doesn't come back here.
Yes.
Insanely deep. Insanely deep.
So that's something Jordan would have to solve, which maybe he has already done so, but not an easy thing.
Okay, guys, with it down to 17 minutes, 30 seconds, Jordan has 40 minutes on the clock. Very interesting and exciting position here. And I think this and Nihal Vincent are the two positions which are really having huge evaluation difference. Like one side is winning while the rest are closer to equality. Vidit about to make his move.
Okay, there we go. Queen d1. I think it has to be played. You can't go queen f4 for sure, because then you lose queen b2 as well. Yeah, he goes for queen d1.
D1 is
See, now the pressure is on Vidit because he has to move fast. The moment you hit under 10 minutes in a position like this, you can collapse in just one move.
Yeah. So queen d1 on the board.
The black, the sort of annoying thing for Vidit here is that black doesn't need to be precise. Black has a plethora of options. Like you have rook. I see rook a7 as a move here in this position. What is that?
7 is like.
What is rook a7?
No way, yeah, rook a7.
Rook a7 is actually one of the best moves in this position. Now it makes no sense to me, but it's still fine for black. Black still has a very, very big advantage here. So
if I've actually now, I'm not even sure what Jordan can do. Yeah, after giving up this piece, he could find all sorts of moves on the board. And yeah, this is very intense right now.
Would be very difficult to be in Vidit's shoes right now.
He does play queen d1. He has Jordan. He's put Jordan to think now. 38 minutes. Should we quickly check Arjun versus Awonder? Because we did see after king f2, Awonder must give up his bishop. He is also thinking he's down to 18 minutes. Very similar positions like Vidit and Jordan here.
But in this case, it is black who sacrifices the piece. Yeah?
Correct.
Here, I think still Arjun has a good chance because it's very easy to mess up from either side. But Liang, because he has 18 minutes on the clock, he will mess up. Or he can mess up much easier. But also that rook f8 move that we saw a bit earlier, but takes.
Yeah, can we show that move actually? This is, I think,
g4.
Bishop takes pawn. Pawn takes bishop. Queen takes.
Knight c7. And now rook f8, which is ridiculous to find over the board, right? Because if you go knight e6 and f e6, and now you see the point of why you played rook f8. It opens up the f file. See, now it's okay to touch the golden pawn.
Now you have to. True, but you have to be so alert in chess. You have to, and when you're facing a player like Arjun who is playing confidently, it's easy to miss such opportunities in the game.
Yeah, because you wouldn't even think that these players would be missing such not obvious things, but such things.
Yeah.
And if your brain just completely shuts these out.
You might even, recalculate your lines, and that can be difficult.
Oh, he plays bishop e4. A mistake here by Awonder, but what a move.
Sagar bhai, I have to say you are 100% right about this, that he's not going to play bishop takes g4 here.
But I didn't even realize he played. But I guess that's the only other move to avoid queen trap.
He sacked the piece in a different way. Bishop e4. But now Arjun suddenly is close to winning, I would say.
Yeah, but I'm not sure actually what's the idea. So what if just f takes?
Yeah, he has to take.
And then d takes?
Queen g4? Queen g4 is possible or no?
Take the pawn.
Oh, sorry, ed5 is hanging.
Yeah, there is a double attack here.
You actually have to take back on e4.
So you have to take back, threatening to give a check. And then I take here the pawn because pawn is a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Why did he choose this over bishop takes g4? Because here in the previous position he was getting an extra pawn.
Yeah. Maybe there's something that was bugging him with here and this fork. And he didn't find the move rook f8.
Actually possible.
Could be, yes.
So that's why he said, let me do this bishop e4 business. Because after take, now there is no knight c7 because of a check here. King goes back and rook moves in to checkmate on g4. So maybe that was his reason for going for this. But actually, he's got himself into a worse situation now.
Yeah, looks like Liang is in some trouble. Also, half an hour difference between these two players. Remember, no increment. Sorry, no additional time.
Yeah. Some
So
trouble is an understatement
Yeah.
here. Yeah, it's big trouble now.
Oh, yes.
playing against Arjun definitely is a big trouble here. I would not be want. I would not want to face Arjun in a situation
But
like this for
also in
sure.
such low time.
Yeah.
It's not so easy, especially after rook takes c4. After all the trades, I'm not sure what to do.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, let's just once again look at this position. Pawn takes pawn, rook takes pawn. And now with the queen here, maybe we chop off this pawn and say that, hey, I have 3 pawns for a piece. But then
Yeah,
maybe,
but those two pawns are on b6 and b7. I mean, also the piece activity is just not there. Black is basically playing without a rook right now.
yeah.
The rook on 8 has also no active squares either. Even if you put it on e8, I still have knight c7 ideas. So I think he's in trouble. By the way, Sagar bhai, I think we should really take a quick look at Pranav versus Karthikeyan. because
Yeah, is there some movement there? What?
Look at that king. What happened here?
Wow, Pranav versus. By the way, Arjun has taken the piece here. But going to Karthikeyan versus
So it was-
Pranav.
I think it was move 20, I feel. Move 20, if we can just go there, just to see the king march. So sorry, a bit earlier than that.
I think
This
let's
king
just
went
go
from-
back to like move.
I think
16,
where we
17.
left it, yeah.
Yeah, this is where we left it, and now the king somehow found its way to a6.
Karthikeyan said, my king looks the safest on the a6 square. I'll play on the king side. But guys, now we have reached here. I don't know who's going to open up the king side first, black or white.
Probably black, because white doesn't want to open up the position here. If white opens, because your pieces are so bad on the queen side specifically, that knight on c2 feels like it doesn't have much to
It's
do.
awkward, actually.
A knight on d2 has some work because it can defend the b3 pawn, but that's it. The bishop on c1 is also so not really. So I think it would be black.
Look at this, by the way. Karthikeyan, I think, played his king or what to b6. No?
Yeah.
He's playing with his king here.
Now, imagine a draw where black goes king b6,
King
white
b6, king a6, king b6.
yeah, king a2, king b1, king b6, king a6, like that. That would be a true grandmaster draw, I think, in this position.
Yeah, let's figure out what will happen next. But yeah, this was I think the point which you wanted to show. The king is a little bit weirdly placed, but could very well be a stroke of genius there by Karthikeyan Murali. We could now, I think we have 3 games which are going in a decisive manner. There's one game which we were talking was very equal. Anish Giri versus Ray Robson. If we bring that up on the board, it's still even. It's still very equalish. Nothing much happening. And I might not be surprised if both the players could agree to a draw at some point. I don't know. They will play on. But I think black's chances are reducing here.
White's chances are definitely.
Sorry, white's chances.
Yeah, for sure. I'm trying to see where he is going to find a moment to break through. Maybe some b4 or c4 ideas in the future. But neither of those pawn pushes seem to favor white. So how do you improve? You can play g4, sure. But then what? I'll just move my knight to
It's not
d6.
so easy to find anything here. Because also the d4 square can become difficult. I mean, weak if we go for b4 pushes. So it's not so easy to find any breakthrough even.
Yeah. Okay.
This looks like a draw. Maybe we'll get to have our dinner a bit early.
Let's see where this game takes us. Should we go back to Vidit versus Jorden?
Let's do it. Queen d1 on the
No
board.
move by Jorden yet, I guess. After Queen d1, he's still thinking. He's down to 30 minutes on the clock. Vidit has 17 minutes. Time will play a factor in this game. I'm pretty sure about it.
For sure, for sure. 17 minutes is, I mean, I think the difference is not as much anymore, but still Black's next few moves are quite dangerous to me. Like D3, H3. As we said, Rook A7 for some reason is a very good move in this position.
Yeah.
What I'm thinking is that he's just trying to decide what plans to go for. You know, maybe he has like, I don't know, 3, 4, 2, 3 lines that he likes very much. And once he figures it out, he's also gonna become much quicker. So the time, I think, is still gonna be a big issue for
It's a
Vidit.
great point because you think for, the first, let's say for 15, 20 minutes, then you blitz out the next 5
Yes.
moves. And you don't want to show your hand immediately. You just blitz it out and then with it maybe gets in time pressure, like real time pressure below 10 minutes. So definitely possible.
Okay, Vidit comes back on the board. He's feeling a bit more confident with Jorden taking so much time. But then again, Jorden is thinking about the best man. I mean, for Jorden, it's a no-brainer to push the pawn and to bring the bishop. But then there are all these little nuances like the rook coming up, the pawn pushing forward, and to work it all out takes time, takes that effort. And I think Jorden is putting that in. It's only question is, can he believe in himself? He did believe in himself to find bishop a6, but then again h3, rook a7, all these things are not easy.
I still don't get the point of Rook A7.
Okay, let's analyze a bit.
To see
Rook
why
a7 attacking the bishop. Come back here, or
Bishop B5, for
Yes.
example, this looks really logical.
so coming back, and now I take your bishop. You
Pawn
take
takes.
back. Now my rook is hanging, so I give a check.
Knight F2.
Only move, right?
Why am I not seeing this?
And now rook takes rook.
Okay,
Queen takes. Bishop d4, as we analyzed, putting more pressure here.
Bishop takes H4, defending the knight, makes a lot of sense. And now
D3.
What's your idea?
Actually,
What's your
maybe
idea?
it's just that, okay, if you make a waiting move, let's say h3, I go queen e6, maybe with the idea of rook e1. Wow.
Wow.
I mean, it's
Not an easy thing to see.
it's so difficult. But rook a7 is essentially forcing the bishop here to come back to b5, whereby you can trade the rooks and put the white queen a little bit offside from d1.
And then
It's very like small, like
That's how engines play.
but still very, very difficult. If he plays this, it might be, I think, one of the best games that I think he's played so far.
Yeah.
oh,
For sure.
and we have h3 on the board.
I think
actually.
this is the move both of you suggested, h3.
Yes.
That
Yeah.
just play it. And also, in a way, h3 is the second best move or third best. It shows like a great move by the engine. Again, phenomenal play and understanding by shown here by Jorden.
The thing is, when you think for a long time in a position like this, and then you play H3, you know H3 cannot be wrong. Because after D3, you're thinking of H3. After Rook A7, you're thinking
Yes.
of H3. So you know H3 cannot be wrong. So it
Kill them.
depends on how Vidit responds, and then maybe he will think again, and then he will strategize better. Because the position is a bit clearer. Because right now, Vidit has a lot of different options, like Knight F2, like G3, and it's hard to calculate all of these. Not G3, obviously, there's Rook G2 made. But
wow.
you see how easy it is to mess up from each side. But yeah.
It's also a very pretty line. Yeah, rook g2 mate. Very cool. Very cool. Love it. Love the position here, guys. I'm also very excited to see how this game finishes. Should we check Nihal versus Vincent?
Yes,
I
let's
think
do it.
so.
But this might be the first result of the day, yeah?
Nihal Sarin versus Vincent Keymer is definitely looking like Nihal is in big trouble. There's also doesn't seem a way like he can get out of this mess.
Yes, we mentioned earlier, so the c6 pawn also fell, and black cannot really make progress with the f pawn.
Yeah.
So once again, it's amazing that there's this f pawn there. We always love to, be as close as possible to promote the pawn. But
She doesn't like the golden pawn. She just doesn't like the golden pawn. No, I'm just kidding. But there is this idea of rook f5 as well, but to play rook e5 check. But I think I can just block it with rook e6 in this position, and there is no more checks. And all I have to do is white is to just push the a pawn down.
Yeah. Also, guys, do you think that black can create a fortress here with a move like e5, a5, and bishop d4? Because now look, the pawn protects the bishop protects the pawn, the bishop protects this pawn. So in order for you to make some progress, it'll be a bit tougher as white.
No, I did a chapter on fortresses once, and there are 3 ways to break a fortress. One is via breakthrough, one is via exchanges, and one is via something. Oh yeah, when you put your opponent in a zugzwang. So in this position, there is no zugzwang, there is no exchanges. You can play rook takes d4, maybe that can be considered as an exchange.
Yeah.
But I think breakthrough is definitely possible because you can go b5, b6. And once you do that, I think white can sort of penetrate on the queen side, and it could be very, very dangerous. Because as Kincho also pointed out, that black has no control over the light squares. You just play rook b1, king f1, push the b pawn down, and Nihal is in trouble.
Correct. Yeah, that's very well
And as long
explained.
as you are protecting the F1 square, black never really has the initiative, I think. And also the bishop will always be just tied there to protect that F1.
Yeah, well said by both of you. So Nihal Sarin's position definitely looking in danger right now. He doesn't seem to have a way to come back.
Some updates in the Jordan position, because he found knight f2 and d3 as well. Jordan is on fire.
Okay, knight f2 played and d3 is on the board. Wow.
Beautiful, actually. I'm actually loving this position. It's really dynamic. There are a lot of potential, puzzles as well. So
What? Wait, loving it for who?
for that,
Really, you are loving it for black? I mean, I don't know, because
Why?
you want to piece up at the end of the day, yeah? Because
Yes.
you like that in this position. So I don't know.
yes, but I mean, bishop d4 is coming soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop
King h3 pawn is also there. Possibilities. Worst case scenario, we will take on g2. No.
Right. And
So
also,
the king is completely unsafe there.
also if the bishop moves to h3, we have this rook e8 and some plans of rook e1 in the future as well. So yeah, would definitely not like this for white. I think that's completely correct here.
Is it easy to decode the body language of the players here and say for sure that Vidit feels like he's in big trouble? Or does Vidit feel like, oh, if I make few good moves, I'm a piece up and I could win this game?
Honestly, it's a possibility, but at the same time, you're still playing a really strong player. So.
Right now, because Jordan had both of his hands on his head, and that's usually the expression you make when you are a bit tensed in the position. But of course, it is a tough situation for both players, and I think the clock is probably what speaks volumes to me here.
But the gap has reduced, Sahaj bhai. The gap between 27 and 14 is just 13 minutes now. So one more long thing by Jordan and the time advantage is gone.
But it's still double the time, it's still double, because he only has 13 minutes left in the position. So I feel the more this time drops, I think the more likelihood that he will make a mistake, because it's very easy to mess up. You remember that game of, for example, that infamous game between Gukesh and Magnus, for example.
Yeah.
It was all because of time pressure, right?
Time, yeah, psychological pressure.
Psychological pressure as well, of course. But time is a huge one, I think, there, for sure. But yeah.
Vidit Gujrathi in that pose where he is completely zoning in. His best move right now is difficult to say because every move is kind of tricky. Taking the pawn sort of spoils his structure. Bishop h4 is one more move. Trying to think about the b pawn, maybe rook b1. I don't know.
Sagar, we do have an update.
Yeah.
There is a result in the challenges section.
Oh, wow.
And Pranesh has defeated Aryan Chopra.
Wow.
And it was not a long game, in just 26 moves. So not the best start for Aryan Chopra.
And also, before we look at the times, guys. 1 hour versus 16 minutes also spoke a lot about the game itself.
Insane.
Oh, that's crazy, because in the last 5 moves, Aryan Chopra spent more than an hour. Did not go his way the game.
And also the last position does not feel like, oh, it's all over, right? Like there is still some play left, perhaps. But the way in which white pieces are dominating the position just shows that Aryan had absolutely no chances. So yeah, that's how it is in the challengers. First result of the Chennai Grand Masters is here.
Absolutely. And also the queen is trapped in the center of the board.
Oh, queen is
You have
trapped.
rook c5 in the next move, and the queen has nowhere to go. That's probably why he resigned as well.
Amazing.
But yeah,
Love it.
we have a result already.
Yeah, so that means that here Pranesh, the local boy, starts off with the win, and Leon Mendonca is doing really well against Harshavardhan G B. So Leon in the challengers has a better position. We were talking about Adhiban against Abhimanyu Puranik. I think even that game, Adhiban seems to have a great position, although to win it might not be so easy. He will definitely keep pressing in that position. Vaishali versus Iniyan is kind of equalish that we have here.
I think maybe Vaishali has some chances because I know that when pawns are on both sides of the board, the bishop seems to be a slight favorite. So if you take rook d7, black takes rook knight d7, you take rook e4. Let's assume that the rooks are gonna get exchanged, right? Let's say black will play rook e8, I will trade rook e8, black will go king e8, and this is the position in front of us. I feel the bishop has more power here. Simply because the bishop can lose a tempo, bishop is a long range piece, and the knight will suffer a bit here. So even though the position is equal according to the engine, I think practically she can put some pressure here.
Nice. Great point there. So definitely some practical chances for Vaishali there against Iniyan. And then Harika versus Diptayan. Wow, Diptayan, is he taking over in this game with a protected passer in the center?
Ooh, looks scary. What do you think of? What do you think, Injit? Do you like that bishop on d5, or do you like that pawn on d4 more? What would you choose?
Actually, a difficult question. It's not so obvious. I mean, I kind of like the d5 bishop. It's really, really, really powerful. Covering a lot of squares. But maybe in the future, the d-pawn can also become dangerous. I mean, white doesn't have a d-pawn anymore. C-pawn is also already pushed forward. There is no e-pawn. So maybe in the future, it can, start running down. What do you guys think?
Fast pawn looks
Yes.
the bishop on d5 looks lovely for sure, but in the long term, I just don't like that pawn on b3.
Yeah, it looks weak here, guys. I definitely think that Diptayan Ghosh has a nice position. We just went through the games in the challengers, and we also have the games in the masters about to reach that point where results will start flowing in. Perhaps it's the perfect time to take a very short break. And on the other side, we will then have all the action from here in Chennai.
Hello everyone, this is Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan and I welcome you all to Lifetime Repertoires, Srinath's Classical Sicilian. Inside the course, we'll find a full repertoire starting from 1 e4 and here with knight c6, we enter the Classical Sicilian. I would say that the Classical Sicilian particularly suits ambitious players who are looking to get fresh and dynamic positions right out of the opening. Black to play and win, but the tactic is by no means elementary. It requires just a bit of calculation. Bishop into f6, queen takes f6, rook g6. This is a point. The queen at check is the only move, but after king e7, the queen is attacked anyway. The queen has to move out from this diagonal in any case. And after queen into h7, queen c3. White has saved their queen, but they cannot save their king. I have attempted to not just explain the opening, but everything I know about chess as well. And I have now laid it all in front of you.
What if I told you I became a grandmaster by solving the same exact chess exercises over and over again? Yes, it sounds a little crazy. After all, if each chess game is different, why repeat something you've seen before? Shouldn't you practice calculating in unique positions every time? Well, that's true. But there's also a way to train your brain to streamline its calculations. And that's the woodpecker method. My friend Hans Tikkanen invented the woodpecker method in 2010 when he was training to become a grandmaster. 7 weeks after he finished using his method, he earned all 3 of his GM noms to earn his title. Seeing his success, I had to try it for myself. And a couple of years later, I became a grandmaster too. As word spread, others tried it too, with excellent results. Okay, so what is the woodpecker method? The first step is to take any large amount of chess puzzles and solve as many as you can in 4 weeks. In my books and chessable courses on the woodpecker method, there are about 1,000. You don't need to do that many, especially if you are a beginner, but I recommend solving at least a few hundred. At the end of the 4 weeks, take a break, a few days at least. Then, solve the same exact problems again, this time aiming to finish them in 2 weeks. You might remember the solutions from before, that's okay, but try to solve them like you're seeing them for the first time. After you finish the second cycle, try solving them in 1 week, and then a few days, and then try solving all of them in a single day. It's not easy work, trust me. I didn't think I was going to make it the first time I tried it, but the results were remarkable. It's because much of chess is pattern recognition. Rather than calculating every single move in a position, your brain looks for ideas and patterns it has seen before first, and they help you calculate faster and more accurately. So by doing the woodpecker method, you're building intuition, helping your brain become more efficient in calculation. And that's the woodpecker method in a nutshell.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final part of the first round of the Quantbox Chennai Grand Masters 2025. And what a change we have, guys. Suddenly, Vidit Gujrathi, who was all throughout in big pressure, is now losing his game, is now winning.
Yeah, people think we take breaks just to have water, but we take breaks for such twists to happen, Sagar Bhai. That's the point.
I can't believe that this has transpired. Sahaj Bhai, we were like, Black is completely in control. And what happened?
So basically, it was a completely winning, okay, not winning, but clearly better position for Black. But he played G takes H3 and now Rook B2, just one move. And there's a difference of, I think, +3 of evaluation just in one move from -1 to +2.
Wow. So it's like he blundered a piece, yeah?
Basically, he blundered a bishop or a knight, yes. And now it's just a piece up. I think he just missed something. Maybe he just overlooked Rook B1.
Rook B1, is it a very important move? Because if Jorden hadn't taken the B2 pawn and played his bishop to D4, Vidit was all bound up, yeah? He couldn't move his knight. The rook would come, the black rook would later on come. D2 pawn was being pushed. But I don't know what happened to Jorden. He was absolutely non-materialistic throughout the game. And now suddenly he takes a pawn on B2.
VD does not work against VD.
Being greedy does not help at all. And Rook P1 was the only move, right, Sahil bhai?
It was the only move, and I would say the battle has completely turned on its head. And now I think Jorden needs a blunder from Vidit because it is still possible. 7 minutes for Vidit Gujrathi. He has, 15 moves in the 40th move. And even then, he gets no extra time. So he has to finish the game with such limited time. He's playing on increments. So I wouldn't completely rule out Jorden just yet.
Do we have that view where we can see the entire hall? Because I feel Vidit is not gone to the washroom or somewhere. He's lurking around somewhere. He's happy. He knows 7 minutes are enough.
I would say he should go to the washroom right now because he will not get another chance because he's going to have to play moves very quickly.
So one move ago, if it's the exact same situation, I don't think Vidit would be walking right now.
Yeah.
So that's how you know that Vidit knows it's a winning position.
Correct. Vidit just has figured it out that this is winning for him. I must say kudos to Vidit for finding that one move, which I think was very critical. Pawn takes H3.
Yeah.
Because at that moment, it looks the most ugly move to break your structure. And he found it and actually made Jorden, Jorden thought, okay, now I need to play something like Rook B2 and he lost.
It's a great point because if you played something like G3, you keep the pawn on H3 and that pressure on your king is forever there. Of course, you're making a compromise by taking the pawn on H3 because you're breaking your structure and all of that. And yeah, it was a nice practical decision by Vidit and Jorden fell for it.
Yeah, he's fallen for his Rook takes B2, Rook B1 move, and now Vidit in the winning position. What about the game of Arjun Erigaisi? How is he doing?
Actually, we're going to switch to Arjun's game. And the surprising thing is it's day one of the Chennai Grand Masters. Often we say classical chess, it can be boring, can lead to draws. But out of 5 games so far, in 3 games, White is either completely winning or much, much better. So I think let's switch to Arjun's game with the king on F2. Who can say classical chess is boring, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, Arjun, when he plays, he never ever goes for dull lines. I have hardly ever seen Arjun playing drawish chess. And here he has been rewarded for that by Awonder Liang making a blunder before we went for the break. And now it's completely, this move, bishop E4, takes, rook takes, and rook E8. And here Arjun is doing very well. Do you think that Black has some chances here?
It doesn't seem like White is completely winning, so surely there is some chances. I think that probably is, you can take either the G4 pawn or the E5 pawn. So right now, I think I can go knight takes E5, capture everything, and I try to play for a draw. Because you have the knight in this position, and there are, I think you have some chances here to make a draw.
You know, I kind of get the feeling we might see a blunder from one side here, because look at the time. Every single game is reaching to that moment where they have no time to calculate. I think the e5 pawn will fall, and then, as you said, Sahaj, I think the white king will be weak, but white will have the knight, and the next person to make the blunder could lose the game.
Yeah, but do you think it's going to be Arjun? I really don't think so.
Yeah,
I really don't think so.
Erigaisi Arjun has just played brutal chess, and as you mentioned, Sahaj, he's the king of imbalances in the chess world right now. And this is the perfect imbalance. The king is open on f2, the black queen is just next to him, and still white is better. To understand this is white is better takes so much skill.
Absolutely true. And right now, Arjun has 12 minutes 50 seconds, 12 minutes 55 seconds to Awonder Liang. Guys, this game is also very, very sharp and heating up.
By the way, Nihal, something happened. I just want to go back there because his king and both players making some mistakes there. If we can have the Nihal camera quickly, this was the position. And suddenly came rook c7 check and king to h6, h4. Apparently a big mistake.
Wow. That's such a huge mistake.
Yeah.
But why?
Apparently rook f8 is a deadly move with the idea of rook f4.
But not easy to see.
Yeah,
Because
not easy.
You have. Oh, I think it's because if you play king f1, black can play rook takes h4, and now the h1 square is empty.
Yeah.
So if you go king e2, rook e4 check, king f1,
Yeah,
rook h4 check, then that's your repetition right there.
Nice one.
It's a difficult thing to see. But look at Nihal's time. Yes, 53 seconds.
What? 53 seconds. Nihal says, well, I'm still in Riyadh right now. I'm playing the EWC, but there is no mouse for making the moves. Okay, yes, 30 seconds per move. And by the way, king h5 was not the most accurate, but do you think Nihal is back here? He has some hopes here.
You can never truly be back, I think, with 53 seconds on your clock.
No, but it's Nihal Sarin. It's not just anyone else. He loves to play under time pressure.
Yeah, let's not forget that time. Yeah, when he played against Anish and he was a queen down. You were covering that event. Yeah, you were. I mean, how was that moment like for you?
No, I think in general, what I realized after that game is that Nihal Sarin can never be written off just because he has less time.
Yeah.
Because he himself believes that he can find any sort of moves even if he has less time. And that is very important.
By the way, even in the position, white has to be accurate. Rook to g7 is the only move that gives white the edge. Otherwise, Nihal, with his king advancing to that g2 pawn, could create some chances here.
Wow.
Look at Nihal's body language. Like, if I had 1 minute on my clock, I would be jumping on the table right now.
No,
but he's so calm.
This is his format, right? This is what he was born for. He's prepared for this for the last 15 years. And Nihal, if anybody can create an upset here,
Rook g7 found by Vincent Keymer. He is playing good chess here now. Rook takes g6 is hanging. What does Nihal Sarin do? Does he go rook b6 to defend that pawn? But then maybe a5, attacking that rook.
a5 looks very, very dangerous. But the difficult thing is you have to play a move like king f5 here, which is not easy.
And that too with 1 minute.
Exactly. Otherwise, you lose the pawn on g6 and still you have to play king f5 anyway. So,
Okay, Nihal, by the way, guys, we all are worried for his time. We just don't know if Nihal is worried or not. What will he do here?
I think 36 seconds. I'm sure Nihal is calm, but the problem is the position itself is not really conducive for his play. And king f5, he spent the past 3 moves moving forward and now he has to go back. That's not an easy decision.
20 seconds left. Nihal, go. You can't be thinking now.
you have to play king f5. You have to,
He said he's tempted to play that move, but he's not sure.
he doesn't
on the board.
plays your move.
But I thought the idea is because he wants to keep his king active. So he defends it this way, but it's not at all a good move. And look at Nihal yawning. Oh my God. The first time I've seen someone with 20 seconds yawning.
He's smiling. I think he understands he missed something. I think he understood in the moment he missed something in the position. And now he's looking at the camera. I think Nihal has realized that rook b6 was a big mistake. Sahaj, why was it a mistake?
Probably it's the a7 pawn in this
Yeah.
position. However, there is this rook c6, rook c2 check, which optically looks very dangerous, but it's just a check. You can just put your king on f1 and you're safe. There is no other check even in the position. Maybe you have some e4, e3, e2 ideas, but if I put my rook on the e file, I think I'm safe. Because on the light squares you have zero control.
So what does white play here then? For example, let's say we take the
anywhere on the 7th rank, basically anywhere where it doesn't, like e7, d7, f7, you can put it anywhere, and then you're fine. Now you just push the b and a pawns and it's GG.
But is it forced to take on a7 for Vincent Keymer? Can he play any other move and still be better?
He is still better, I think, but if he wants a completely clean position, he should take the.
But he's not taking.
Yeah, he's not taking.
He's not. His hand was not going towards the rook.
Yeah,
he was going to play something else.
Maybe b5, a5, or something like that. He wants to do.
Wow. Okay, guys, this is the key moment. This could very well be the difference between Vincent Keymer having a smooth path to victory or a very, very tough one.
And all these players were specialists at these shorter time controls, like Nihal, offer the maximum resistance. So Vincent ideally wants to grab that pawn, make it clear, and with 45 seconds, it's going to be borderline impossible for Nihal to come back.
Absolutely, but I also think besides rook a7, moves like b5 and a5 are very, very simple, and still you will be able to create a passer on the queen side, regardless whether you take the a7 pawn or not. I think the follow up is very simple for Vincent, and I think again this is mostly because he has less than a minute on the clock. Even if you're Nihal Sarin, it can still be very dangerous to have such low time.
This time control is so crazy. I mean, Jorden has 5 minutes.
Should we go to Jorden?
1 second.
This is green color. Okay.
Wait, by the way,
is it some draw offer or what? No.
Oh, is it?
No.
I think it's some glitch. That would be nice to know actually a draw offer then.
Nice to have that color if there's a draw offer, but it isn't right now. Rook b1. Has Jorden made a move?
No move.
Still thinking.
Jorden van Foreest and
let's go back.
Vincent.
Let's go back.
He did not take the pawn on a7. He pushed his pawn to b5. Nihal Sarin could have this glimmer of hope, and he's ready with his move.
Rook to f6. Nihal Sarin has to find. Otherwise, white continues on his merry plan. Vincent Keymer, one move away potentially from having a smooth victory. Nihal, 20 seconds.
No,
that is if he finds rook f6. But also the point of rook f6, just to explain to everyone, the point is rook f4, rook e4 check, and some counter-attacking possibilities. But it's not so simple.
By Nihal, go. You have 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5. Plays rook d6.
Rook d6. Okay, so he misses the main idea. But now what? Maybe I just push a5.
A5.
The problem is that black still has to find rook f6 after.
Exactly.
It's not going to be easy.
And then you have just lost 1-2.
Yeah.
So actually white is creating play while Nihal's last move didn't really have a purpose, right?
Yeah, I think it's there's no clear purpose. He will have to still find that move to create counterplay, as Sahaj mentioned. So, and he has no time to think of that plan. That's a very complex plan. And Vincent can just take his time. He doesn't even have to play quickly. He can think about it first.
He can literally take his time because there's 17 minutes on the clock. So a5, b6 takes, you push a6, a7, and
he plays a5. He plays a5 on the board. He is trying to play b6.
Yeah.
If pawn takes pawn, then maybe even a6.
Yep.
And that a pawn is running down towards becoming a queen.
Yeah, I think.
And Nihal is not looking at the board.
I think he's
calculating in his.
I know, but still, I mean, this is his behavior under time pressure is very, very instructive for someone who gets nervous. Yeah, that he's absolutely not nervous. Takes the pawn.
I think he's also a bit disappointed, maybe. Maybe by his position.
Probably he is disappointed with how the last few moves have gone, because he knew he had a chance somewhere, but that chance is no longer there. Plus, he also there is this realization that even if there is a chance now, I may not be able to find it because I have 30 seconds on the board.
Yeah.
Can we go to Vidit versus Jorden now? Because, we were all the time talking about how Vidit is low on time in this game. But Jorden has now gone to 4 minutes on the clock. He's below Vidit.
And the position seems to be great. Black has a lot of, active pieces. but Vidit can play the queen out to d2, offer that trade, bring the rook in the game, defend the knight, and somehow, these bishops are not well played, but once they come into the game, I think they could be just as strong as these two bishops. And Vidit with extra time, looking favorite now.
Yeah, let's have Vidit on our screen. Vidit versus Jorden here. Yes, there we have him. Queen d2 on the board, played by Vidit. He knows now that he just has to make a few more accurate moves to get home the full point.
He goes queen to b3, denying the queen exchange, which of course makes sense because he's a piece down in the position. But now Vidit can just play a normal move like rook c1, king g2, just getting out of the paint, activating the rook. All of that makes a lot of sense because Jorden doesn't have any counterplay anymore. He is missing that rook on e2 that was giving him hope. That was sort of giving him all of that. But now it's
rook on a8 is doing nothing.
Exactly. There is no rook e8 of the board. There is no rook e8. There is no rook c8. That bishop on d7 is placed perfectly. Guarding both c8 and e8. So I think Vidit looking, that meditation helped to some extent.
I asked Pranesh, how does he feel about winning the first game in the challenges? He's like, it's so important to start off well. Otherwise, it's so difficult to win an event like this. And that's exactly the case, even more so in the Masters, right? Because the chances of a mistake are much lower, and now you can see with its play, it's much more simpler. Rook c1, as you mentioned, Saj, is such an obvious move. He can play quickly. And Black's pieces feel like they're already maxed out. Like, how do I improve the position?
True. This is already looking not so easy. I think you made a very important point here, Sahil, that where should Black's next counterplay come from? Where exactly is his rook entering from? Maybe one idea that comes to mind is rook a7 to get the bishop, rook to c7 and then to c2. But maybe rook a7 is met with bishop b5, trading off that important bishop, and then the d pawn falls. I don't know.
That's a great point, Sagar bhai. I think right after rook a7, bishop b5 looks very, very strong to me. Because the more pieces you eliminate from the board, the easier it becomes to convert the position for Vidit right here.
Yeah, so right now...
And plus, it's his move. It's Vidit's move. He can choose. He can play rooks. He can play anything here.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't really change the situation much. Jorden looking a bit, I think, disappointed with how the last few moves have gone.
I wanted Jorden in this commentary box just for him playing the move bishop a6. Now it might be difficult if he loses the game, but I hope we can get him and Vidit both,
Yes.
because this I think was definitely the game of the day.
I think it's a bit difficult, if you lose a game where you're winning, sometimes
Both of them, I think. One probably.
Go to your room, in that case.
True. I mean, this was definitely a missed opportunity for Jorden, but for Vidit, this proves to be a good breakthrough. Starting off with a win could mean a lot for Vidit in this tournament. Yeah, and his chances. Who was the one who said Vidit has good chances here? Maybe no, you were Arjun, Nihal, Anish. So maybe Vidit, we should have chosen him.
You guys missed me. I mean, clearly you have no clue what to talk about.
I said Vidit the whole time. So
editors, please clip that. When he said that, you might have to go 2 years back. But for now, Vidit still thinking has less than 4 minutes.
Okay, Vidit, I hope he doesn't blunder here. He goes bishop e3.
That's a nice move. I like that, right? Because that's such a strong piece. Your opponent's enemy's commander you're trying to remove for your piece, which is not doing anything. And it's difficult to avoid this trade.
Bishop c3. Of course, he does not trade.
Yeah.
Now he has to go queen d1 or queen c. Queen d1 makes a lot more sense. And then you just trade the other bishop with bishop b5, and that's it.
Is it? Plays queen d1. And now the queen cannot be traded. If the queen moves, maybe the d3 pawn falls. So, okay, this game here going with its way. Can we quickly check on Arjun Erigaisi versus Awonder Liang?
Yeah, we left it somewhere here, right? When f5 was played.
Wow, f5.
Black is not giving up on his attacking chances.
Exactly. He's even willing to give up his golden pawn.
And now queen takes check. Arjun offers a trade. Black says no trade for you. Queen g4 coming. Yeah, please trade. No trade. Please trade. So we are having a debate right now, and maybe, I don't know, queen g6 back.
Queen g6 back and then king g2, yes?
So
Yeah.
apparently he had to exchange the queens and take the pawn on e5, but it's very hard to do that when you're a piece down, right? Because you're effectively saying that I have no winning chances in this position and I'm playing for a draw, which is not an easy thing to do over the board. And now, okay, Arjun is completely winning now.
He's totally winning here. His pawn is now not falling in the center and he gets up from the board. Arjun Erigaisi feeling confident. Awonder Liang is now piece down. Rook f8 trying to win the queen. Doesn't work, yeah, because of Rook f4.
Yeah, saving the queen. And of course, if Arjun were to win, would he be India number 1 again?
Yes, he would be.
Right?
Yes.
Yes, I think so.
Just with one game, yeah. That's
Okay.
how close they were.
I think so. And he might be world number 3 as well. But regardless, I think, as we said, he's also playing for
3
that.
point difference. So I think
Yeah, he'll get the 3
Yeah.
points.
he'll
Yeah.
get the 3 point. Yeah, so
So he might become
Yeah, there's one person watching intensely. That's Hikaru. Yeah, as close as he gets to 2800, Hikaru starts booking his flights. So it's very interesting. And meanwhile, 7 minutes. So again, both players in time pressure here as well. I love this time control. Nobody gets more time. You have to struggle for the next half an hour.
I love it. Yes, exactly. And just to double click on Sahil's point of Hikaru having to play more tournaments, it's because in the candidates, there's one spot which is average rating. And the one who has the highest average rating for 6 months from August onwards gets a spot in the candidates. And Hikaru was like, I'm very safe on 2800. No one's coming close. But Arjun is like, 2776, 4 points after one win, another 4 points, another 4 points. And then after 5-6 rounds, he's already close to 2800.
Yeah, it doesn't take much.
great one. By the way, just to update everyone,
Yeah.
in the challenges sections, we have 2 draws in a row between the Beasts and Abhimanyu Puranik, and also Iniyan versus Vaishali also ended in a draw. So 3 games of the challenges sections have already finished.
Nice.
Master section, everyone's still playing.
What about Anish Giri versus Ray Robson? Are we seeing any movement there? Or this one is looking like a peaceful draw? Can we have Anish here on our screen? Meanwhile, Arjun very quickly.
Very quickly. Yeah, he's like missing a second. Yeah, I think Anish's game, although Ray has less time, I get a feeling that it's too solid. Yeah, for either player to.
If Magnus was playing this as white, we would not be saying that.
No, I mean, even then, I think the most likely result might be a draw. Even though, of course, Magnus might have more chances, maybe.
Again, I still think about that game against Aditya Mittal in Sharjah. I was really surprised, and of course from Anish you expect that, but a 90-move game, and here also you have an opponent. Ray Robson has 3 minutes left on his clock. I think definitely he can push for a win here.
Yeah, I think the knight is a little more tricky than the bishop here because it can jump around. But yeah I mean, I would go with Sahil here, perhaps that draw very likely. Although maybe Sahaj Bhai, if he wins, you might really have decoded Anish's style to the very depths, That
Could be.
let's see.
And one update, like, I'm very curious, what do you think about the Pranav Murali position before you go to Vidit's game?
Yeah, let's go.
What's happening here? Why are the pawns so interlocked?
No, we saw this game. We loved how the king was on b6, trying to hold together both the weaknesses on a5 and c5. But right now, it seems like white's pieces are much better positioned than black. Or am I wrong here? Because it's too complex.
No, my question is simple. Who is playing for a win here?
Black. I
Good
think,
question.
for white.
No, I
Both are
both
playing.
playing for a win, but I mean, maybe black has a slight chance with h5 in this position, as far as I can see. But somehow
H5.
I like white's position.
But h5 is the key move, yeah?
I think it's a knight. Knight on g5 is much more active than knight on d2. And I think that's why maybe the bar says it's slightly better for black. But I think optically, it looks like white is the one pushing. Yeah, rook's doubled
Yeah,
up.
because black has all the pawns on the dark squares, and your bishop can attack all of them. It is h5.
Okay. Queen g2 and bishop f7 played. So right now, Karthikeyan seriously better, yeah, in the position.
Yeah, very tricky game. I think could blow up in a second. So which game shall we jump to? We have time pressure everywhere. One look at the Vidit game.
Yeah, with it. Let's go to Vidit.
2 minutes each.
And Vidit's last move was
No, Vidit is just a
vacuum.
piece up. Just a piece
G2.
up. Do you think there is any hope for Jordan here, or do you think this game is over?
I mean, I feel with the king being slightly weak, and when both players have 2 minutes, there are chances that you blunder, and also this pawn on d2. Think about it, queen f1 hanging. Let's have Vidit and Jordan on our screen here. D2 played. Ooh,
We'll go rook g1
Yeah.
and probably queen e2 is what I was thinking is quite dangerous, because after takes, bishop takes, maybe I can play, but it
plays rook
seems,
g1.
seems a bit far-fetched, no? Queen e2 in this position.
Yeah, maybe that's his chance here, right? Queen e2. Or how about getting the rook in the game? Rook d8 somewhere.
Then just bishop b5
Yeah.
and once I
Straight.
trade,
I think bishop d5 is what we want.
I get a feeling like this still looks, impressive for black, but it's like there was a fire, it's been neutralized, and now there's just smoke. And somehow, even though it looks like, black is optically better, I think white has played some good moves. And bit by bit, with that bishop b5 move and so on, Vidit should be able to win this one.
Queen b4 played by Jordan, not giving up his d2 pawn, defending it. It may be the best move. How about bishop b5, getting rid of one? Maybe not great.
some d4 ideas
yeah,
perhaps in the
pawn push
position.
d4.
Yeah, some d4 ideas. It looks a bit scary because after bishop b5, ab5, I don't have to play queen takes b5. I can still keep the. Oh, there's rook a1. Ooh, that's
Ooh.
scary. That is scary.
No way I'm going here. Yeah, let's get back this position.
Vidit has a minute on the clock, so you are right. There might still be some
Some excitement, yeah.
excitement left in this position.
Okay, Vidit there.
By the way, Arjun is apparently completely winning. If we can have a look.
Let's go to Arjun. And I think we'll have to switch between games super quick here.
Yeah, we saw that
Much action.
rook f4 there, preventing the queen from being lost. Rook goes back. You can see black has no plan. Queen pins the rook, and queen c4, and white is just kind of improving his position bit by bit. Black, last few moves have been just dancing around with the rook with no real purpose somehow.
Yeah, I agree with you. And now can later white plonk his knight on the d6 square, which would be super strong. I think
Or-
that's coming in.
Or knight c7.
Knight c7.
Oh,
Knight c7 and then
That
GG.
just wins the exchange.
Yeah.
I mean, just wins the rook there.
Yeah, that's just GG. So maybe he has to move his king. I think that's why he moved his king now. Now you just give a check and you just piece up basically, and that's it.
all the people watching, I think this is day one. 3 games, one side is completely winning. 4th game, one side is slightly better. We might have 4 results here, maybe 5 if Anish pulls off. If you want to make predictions in the chat, who's your favorite to win the event? This is the time. Now, some clue as to the form of the players, right?
Yeah, I agree. They also this all this thing about classical chess kind of dying out and too much theory. I don't think it's true when you come to Chennai Grand Masters. Yeah, so
Sometimes
much fight.
the district championship in Chennai might be stronger than sometimes national or world championships. That's how strong the city is.
Correct. Agreed. It's the chess capital of India. And definitely we are going to have some amazing people dropping by, casually when I move out, meet so many grandmasters. We are going to have Vishy Anand joining us one of the days here. So yeah, very exciting.
That's amazing. So we have 2 games left in the challenges section. Maybe we can take a quick look at them because we haven't looked at Leon versus Harshvardhan in a very long time.
Okay, Leon Harshvardhan.
It looks like a very interesting position because you have a rook versus 2 knights, and white has his really active pawn, advanced pawn on the on e6. Maybe your plan is e7, and exchange the rooks. To place your queen on d8 somehow. But black, on the other hand, has this idea of knight f6 and knight e4.
Look at the time.
He's done.
50 seconds.
Both players
Ooh.
down to their last couple of minutes on the clock. And for sure, Leon's position looking much better here because his rook and pawn function better than the knights. We can keep an eye on this game for. And what about the other game in the challengers?
It's Harika versus Diptayan, and looks like Diptayan is a pawn up for now. But oh wait, the pawn has been recaptured, but it's still worse for Harika. I think because of there is some attack on the king.
Queen e6. Queen e6 is the winning move apparently.
Winning, yeah, game over.
Yeah, it's +2, more than +2 for black. Queen e6, very strong. Idea is probably to keep an eye on the h3 square.
Yeah.
And even though white has these pawns, right? If long term I trade queens, I could win this. Yeah, wow.
Okay, is it G4? Then what happens?
G4, rook to E5, and there's still multiple ideas. Wow.
Amazing, amazing. Diptayan showing how strong he is. Isn't he the player who qualified through the online
He
tournament?
won it actually.
He won
He
it.
won it. Yeah, he beat Pranesh in the finals, and both of them qualified at the
So
end.
Diptayan and Pranesh came through the qualifiers, an amazing new addition to this event that players can play online event and qualify. What happened?
He
Rook
played in
E5
a
on the
second,
board.
in a second, and he's kind of utilizing that opportunity from qualifying, and now he's proving it in
If
here.
he wins here, it means you qualified from just, you were not part of this tournament. You qualified from the online event. Now come here, win, go to the Masters, then win it, and then
And just keep going, win everything.
keep moving. Okay, let's go
Yeah.
to the Masters section.
Oh, Vidit is completely.
What? Let's go to Vidit's game.
Oh my
What just happened? Can we have Jordan and Vidit on our screen?
Yeah, this was the position, and this is where Vidit went for bishop b5, a big blunder, takes, and now rook attacking the bishop, and bishop g5, rook e1. Jordan van Foreest is not only back in the game, he's winning.
Oh my
By
goodness.
the way, does this mean we get Jordan again on the
Maybe we finally get Jordan in. Oh, F6. Is this a good move?
No, that's a blunder.
It's a blunder again.
It's equal. No, it's Vidit is better. What a game.
But he has to take this pawn. He has to take this
Arey, wo pawn ko maro. It's the most dangerous. Get rid of that pawn. It's the most dangerous pawn in the position.
Yeah.
If you go bishop d2, you can safely say that Vidit is not losing this anymore.
Yes, exactly.
Right. So you can just get away from that danger forever. You see, again, F pawn, golden pawn.
Don't touch it.
I'm telling you,
Don't touch the F
Just
pawn.
don't touch it.
Yeah, by the way, what was the winning move? Was it rook e1?
Yes.
And why did Jordan miss it?
I think rook e1, maybe he thought like a move like queen c2. He
Yeah.
did not see how to convert this, but you just keep the position like this, right? You just keep it here. Right?
Queen d4 and d1 queen, and you're losing the rook.
Oh, nice. By the way, f6 on the
He
board.
takes it with a good move there. It could very well be that this game ends in a draw as well. Now, all three results possible. What a crazy encounter we are having. We had no doubt that Vidit would win after a point.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, it was a brilliancy. Bishop takes.
And he's still having 25 seconds on the clock, so still the game is not over. I would say Vidit would convert this if the time was equal. He would convert this position, but here,
so?
but no, if he had 2 minutes, I think he has a much better chance of converting something like this.
By the
Because
way, Sahaj bhai, do you think Queen B1 is possible here? Because G6 is hanging and you trade queens forcibly. Oh, it's
beautiful.
traded.
You predicted this. Wow, you manifested this move. Lovely.
Queen B1 and now trade of queens. It's although a question mark move, but maybe it's humanly the most natural.
Yep. And
Now he has to go king f7 just to defend the g6 pawn.
Yeah.
And allow queen takes b4 because it feels a bit risky though. But you do have the bishop, which might favor this position.
Because with it will be a pawn up then.
Mhm.
He will have an extra pawn, but he has all these doubled up, mangled pawns on the king side. Anything can happen here. I'm thinking it's going to be a draw now.
yeah, but I think Jordan's expressions, I'm noticing he looks a lot more nervous somehow. Like he's constantly, his eyes are moving, his hands are moving. So I wouldn't discount another blundering coming from either side, but I think Jordan looks a lot more nervous.
King f7, you might
Yes,
be right
yes,
about your
yes,
prediction with a draw. Although it is possible that Vidit can play for a win and might over push in this position, which is a very, very big possibility.
Let's see. Let's see. Guys, this game has been amazing. And, we wanted both the players now. Yeah. Draw. Oh, he keeps the queens on the board.
Wow. Wow. Look at the blue arrow. He has to sacrifice the d5 pawn,
No way.
which is not easy. Definitely not easy.
Bishop E3 is the only move here. Otherwise, white gets seriously better because rook is coming to B1, attacking the queen, and the B pawn pushes forward.
Exactly. So bishop e3 only move. But my question is, why not rook b1 even after bishop e3? What changes?
Yeah.
Is it just queen c5 and I just attack the f2 knight and that's it?
Very likely. If you bishop b3, let's say rook to b1, the queen can come to d4, c5, and still it's not possible. Yeah.
But Jordan has to find all of this in just a minute.
See, not so easy. I think queen D3 a good practical choice by Vidit, keeping the queens Still fighting for the full point. Yeah.
Nihal Sarin is back.
No way.
He's back. Hello.
Oh my goodness. By the way, what's the move played here?
Which they played.
Oh, found. He
Wow.
found it. Okay, that's a good move by Jorden.
Jumping to Nihal.
Let's go. Let's get Nihal on the screen.
Wow.
Is he going to save this?
This is completely equal right now. If he finds pawn to G3, I cannot believe he found a way to complicate that position.
We need Nihal on the screen here now. Oh, 18 seconds, 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
He doesn't
for
find it.
Vincent.
He does not find it.
Even second best move. It's still in the running. Yeah, he's still holding on. It's not lost yet.
White can play rook c6 and push g3 and forever not allow black to play g3. Right? And then the f2 pawn can be taken sometime in the future if you sack the rook for the bishop.
Yeah.
It looks dangerous, I think, for black.
Can we have Nihal on the camera? Would love to have him for now. Bishop c5 played. And now Vincent also has limited time, right? Earlier he had a lot of time, 1.5 minutes.
Yeah. By the way, I think we need to go back to the Vidit game. There's some action there because we have some moves being played. Vidit did snatch a pawn in the center of the board, and Jorden went for bishop.
King g7.
King g7.
Yeah.
Somehow, Sagar bhai, I feel in this position, black has a better chance of winning.
Yeah,
don't know
because
why.
the king is weak.
Yeah, because
I think whenever the king is weak, your spidey senses.
Yeah, basically, also the d5 pawn I felt was my only weakness, and now that you've taken this pawn, I don't have any weaknesses.
But
It's
it's
gone.
gone. You're 2 pawns down.
No, but I feel without any weak, and now I can just focus on the attack, and it doesn't feel that easy. Especially look at it, with its last move, he played in 4 seconds.
Yeah, insane how this has. And man, he's traded it.
Oh, he goes for the draw, yeah.
P8.
Yeah, rook b8 and just queen take. He might get both of the players actually. Let's go.
Maybe rook e5, yeah?
Yeah, rook e5 on the play.
And now the B pawn is falling, guys. We are going into a drawn endgame. So draw here. Should we go to Arjun's game? What is Arjun doing? Is he winning? Arjun is the only guy who's not giving anyone heart attacks today. He's just smoothly converting his advantage.
Wow, and his accuracy is close to 97 right now. Rook e8, simply just smoothly. King is now on g2, very safe. And I see no problems here. Yeah?
Absolutely. He just has to find a way to sort of break this. Can we call this a fortress? It's kind of a fortress, right?
It's not so easy to break through. And do you think like the E pawn is falling now? So we may have to save it, somehow as white.
So knight, I can play rook f5, for example.
Yeah.
Also feels simple. I was thinking knight
was
e4.
94. He played it, then rook e5.
Wow. 5 bishop e5.
Rook e5.
Then queen h4. And now defend.
Defend. It's happening. All of this is on the board. If the queen moves, rook on e1 is hanging, but Arjun defends it sideways. And Awonder is a rook down.
Yeah, but I think the game is basically this is basically GG, I think.
Yeah. And
Because Arjun also doesn't have any time pressure
yeah.
use or anything
I
like
think
that.
the fact that Arjun played it so quickly, he had seen all of it. There was not a single moment where he was worried. Yeah? He played it very, very quickly.
Love how Arjun has just kept a very calm face, and this also really augurs well for his chances in this tournament because he's played such a good game in the first round.
Yeah, very important. He will have an extra white, I think, that will give him a good chance. And Liang still trying here. He has played queen to d5, pinning that rook. Or what did he just take the knight?
Apparently, that's the only move in this position. That's the only move.
What, knight takes knight?
Knight takes it. Yeah, otherwise, it's a +1 advantage or something. This is +5. The only
Right.
move still with knight
But
is
it's logical, right?
Yeah,
Knight
yeah,
takes
of
knight,
course.
because if you take rook takes rook here, then knight would take it, and then we would lose our rook pinned, which is pinned there. But once you take knight takes knight, and then only move you have to be scared of is queen d2 check.
Yes. Queen d2 check, but
But
now
we
maybe
have
just
king
king
f1.
f1. Yeah, just
And you trade, and I think resignation here should come shortly from Awonder.
absolutely. And by the way, just going back to Vincent, looks like there is still some chance in this position.
By the way, 30 seconds for Vincent. He's not been in a situation like I would not discount any result right now.
Man, look at Nihal. His expression is like, didn't I tell you guys that I'm not worried?
He's not even looking at the board. He's just looking everywhere else. What's going on? Maybe he's calculated everything, at this point.
Nice move. I think bishop d4. Yeah, you save the pawn again.
Bishop d4. I think the really important move in this position is who will play g3 first. Whether if it's white, then white wins. If it's black, then black sort of holds on. So now g3 is really important.
Yeah, G3.
Yeah, there we have the blue arrow.
If you don't play G3, then black gets G3, yeah, at some
Yes.
point.
Do you think he plays it, Vincent?
I think so, yeah. Because what else? There are no other moves that white has.
You see, he did have a lot of opportunities before
Exactly.
to play g3, and he didn't do that then. So it's tough.
19 seconds.
And Vincent isn't that great under time pressure like Nihal.
So it can happen. It can be a mistake. Wait, he has 8 seconds on the clock.
7-6. Vincent.
Vincent, you might lose some time.
Oh, nice move by Vincent there, kind of simplifying matters and stopping that pawn.
Great move there by Vincent Keymer.
Yeah, and now I think you have to find a way to sack the rook on d4. So like from rook d6, rook takes d4. You take the f2 pawn and then you run away with the king, basically. That's what I feel is the...
But even if you play the best moves, perhaps it could still be a draw, yeah? Or do you think white wins?
I think objectively it should be winning for white. Objectively. But I'm not sure. Anything is possible. They both have less than a minute. So it's hard to be objective.
Because Nihal's rook is really stuck there. So Sahaj's idea of giving up the rook for the bishop is a very good one. Let's see.
But what moves did black have? I cannot move the bishop. I cannot move the pawn. And
So the king.
only move is king g5. Yeah?
It's easy for Nihal.
Actually,
He just has to make quick moves and that's it. Because he can only move one piece.
Hello, Nihal. Let's go.
yeah, I think Nihal is
20 seconds for Nihal.
Nihal Sarin, make your move. Yes, king g5 on the board.
Only move played. Now,
And-
anything. Basically, Nihal can pre-move his next move. Yeah, he can play king f5.
Arjun has won.
Oh wow.
Let's go. I think, let me just confirm.
Yes.
Yes, he has.
He
Let's go.
did take on c6. Check. King came to f2. Only move, by the way. And now takes it and rook e8 check.
Let's get the board here. And Arjun has won the first decisive game in the Masters. And maybe we'll have Arjun joining us shortly, perhaps for a small chat. That would be very cool. But yeah, the end was.
Yeah, rook g5 check. The king. Only one move, by the way. Huh? Still some tricks there. King f2 takes and now check. And he knew, of course. Now
And
I
just queen e4 check in the
Yeah.
next move. And once the queens are traded, there are no more tricks in the position anymore.
So Arjun is India #1 again.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go. Let me actually confirm, but it must be, yeah?
It should be. Should be. And by the way, right now, let's go back to the game of Nihal. We have him on our screen right now.
Can we have a look at Vidit's game first?
Vidit, yeah, let's
Yeah.
have Vidit then.
Because what's happening here? Any chance for either side? What do you feel?
Draw by.
Draw, yeah?
Draw.
No, but once again, will White King be in some trouble or Rook F1 is there, right?
Rook f1, yeah.
Yeah.
Rook f1, rook b2, rook f2, rook b1 is a simple draw.
Yeah.
The question is, does Vidit want to play? Because he technically has an extra pawn. It doesn't lead to much, but he technically does have an extra pawn. So he can play if he wants to.
Yeah, maybe we can also see the body language of Vidit on our screens. Vidit and Jordan, if we can get them, then
By the way, I have not seen somebody so chill. Yeah, as Nihal there in the final seconds. Yeah, there we see it.
So
So-
Nihal has been playing under a minute for the last, 1 hour at least?
yeah,
And he's just calm as a
yeah,
cucumber.
he's
What-
very calm. He's superb. Then. I think lot to learn from Nihal Sarin for all of us. Do you think Vidit has the small hope after King H1 here that he can try to open up the position with F5?
Difficult. I think he's gonna kind of take
It's
the
a
draw. Yeah,
perpetual.
he's gonna take the virtual, and we're gonna see the second result of the Masters section as well.
I think a very, very topsy-turvy game. But yeah, I think a good result at the end for both
Yeah, I
players.
think
Who do you think will be more happy?
of course Vidit, right? No, actually,
Not really.
It depends before they look at the engine or after.
After, at the end, before
At
the next.
the end, I think no one. No one will be happy with this.
Smile. Vidit shakes his head. I think to tell you the truth, Vidit should be happy because Jordan really played a brilliant opening middle game. And look at Jordan there. I think he's the more unhappy one there. He's not even smiling. Vidit has a small smile on his face.
And business ideas, writing a book or a course on this opening as black. Yeah, it's like wildfire right now. Works every single time.
Yep, and maybe we can go to Anish's game because he has managed to do something in this position, in this rook game.
way.
Is there any hope here? Sagar bhai, or do you think this is just a dead draw?
I think that king is coming to block the a pawn. Oh, he goes after the rook, but no, it's
Just a draw.
Just a draw. D4, I can
rook f6, right? Or you
Rook
take
D4, rook
You just
D4.
take on d4, king a7. When you take g5, I will take a6.
Yeah.
And that's just,
So
GG.
I think today Anish couldn't really put too much pressure on Ray Robson. So that game is ending in a draw. He goes rook f6, by the way. And
I think maybe we should move to
Nihal's game, yeah?
Nihal's game.
yes, Nihal is the most exciting.
Because Vincent is not able to break through in the position. The computer is saying that it is winning, but it is hard to find it over the board, especially with 22 seconds on your clock. So now rook d6 is the only move here.
To sack, to sack on d4. Let's have Nihal Sarin. We want to see the chill guy.
Oh, does he want to create a mating net with rook h1, rook h6, and rook h5? Sagar bhai.
Whoa.
That's nice, no?
But then when you move your rook to h1, maybe rook takes b6. Or
That's the point. As the rook h1. You have to position it properly, but I think maybe that's what he's hoping for. But okay, it's a bit far-fetched.
yeah, he's coming out. He's coming out there. King f5.
Can you the camera for Nihal? Because I think Nihal's body language is so much fun to watch. Never seen a guy calmer than him there. And of course, Vincent must be wondering, yeah, there is a solution, right? Sometimes you know there's a solution to this problem and you can't find it. It's really frustrating. If you don't know there's a win, you can kind of pass it off.
Yeah, it can be a bit frustrating. He has 10 seconds on the clock. He plays rook b5. So apparently king g5 is a blunder in this position.
Only move is king e4.
So why is king g5 a blunder? What am I missing?
If king g5, there is rook d6.
Then rook d4, yeah?
And this is
sense.
basically falling. The king has no squares.
Wow, that's a beautiful line. So very important king e4, but it seems natural, to get your king to e4 because it is going in the right direction.
Yeah.
Doesn't it start to look a bit scary for Vincent? When you bring king e4, king d3, you start pushing down the e pawn, and suddenly it is Nihal who's playing for a win.
With 25, 25 seconds, anything is possible. Yeah.
Anything
25 seconds
can
only
happen.
Nihal can play for a win.
Nihal Sarin down to 19 seconds, 16.
Critical moment, he has to find king e4. He's holding his
Some hesitation there by Nihal.
6-5.
Oh, he doesn't play.
Blunder.
Big blunder by Nihal. Wait, rook c. Wait, he's banking on rook h1, but I think he knows there is rook f7 check.
No, once again. What about b7 here? That's his trick,
Then rook h2.
Rook h2 wins the
And he
game.
wins.
Yeah.
But if white plays rook c7, then rook h2, king h2, there's rook f7 check.
Oh my god. No, that's not easy to find for Vincent. What a beautiful line that is. Oh, he finds it.
Oh, he
Wow.
finds it.
Beautiful.
Nihal Sarin is in for a cold shower here.
And did you see Vincent staring at Nihal there?
Yeah.
And I think game over, guys. Nihal Sarin's final trick did not work out.
Absolutely. I think Nihal was trying to confuse Vincent under time pressure, and it just backfired at the last moment. A great move by Vincent there.
You know,
this game is over.
This would work in online events every single time. Yeah, every single time.
5 seconds or 4 seconds, then you're not going to be able to see rook c7. But
And now,
Wicket shape. And do you go b7 now? Or do you make a queen? Because tricky Nihal also has some more tricks up his sleeve.
so b7, b8, and maybe you have bishop a7, but then just rook c8 as well. Because you always have that rook f7 check, and that's the problem in this position.
Or do you think even here I can be super safe and give a check on f7 and take the f2 pawn? Maybe shouldn't do that, yeah?
That's what I would do in this position, just to make sure I won't lose in this game. But I think still b7 is much easier. It's much easier.
10-9. Vincent b7 pushes the pawn.
I think Vincent has the game now. He knows it. You can see how enthusiastically he got the new score sheet.
Yes.
He wants to write those moves. Yeah, he knows the game is in the bag. Oh, Nihal resigns. Yeah.
Wow.
Did he resign? Or did he just...
No,
He grabs the queen as well.
Actually, Nihal Sarin very rarely emotes.
Yeah.
You did see him at the Esports World Cup doing that when he beat Asipenko, and now he's doing it again here.
And he doesn't have a move. He's not able to cover the move. 4 seconds. 3, 2.
Bishop A7 played.
Bishop A7, now just Rook C8, offering the trade. And if you don't trade, then I play B8 queen, and I'm just a rook up for basically nothing.
Yeah, this trick of the skewer right on the F file is so irritating.
Yes.
Because otherwise Nihal always wanted to queen his pawn, but now it doesn't happen at all.
Also, props to Nihal for playing for a win in a position like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to give it to him.
Correct.
Yeah.
You know, the game was so complicated that the accuracy Nihal has is 81 and Vincent's is 85. Like, usually you don't see this.
You see in the 90s.
Yeah, over the board classical game. That's how complicated it was. So kudos to both players for really, finding those moves. And now, of course, Nihal realizing, and he resigns.
And look at Vincent with a smile on his face there. He is like, thank God. I say I won it. Some games are such, you are so winning, and then you're not winning, that in the end, if you win, you're so relieved.
Yes, he must be very relieved because he was trying to break that fortress for such a long time. And this would not have happened if Nihal didn't play Rook at 7,
Correct.
playing for the win.
That's what he said, I think. I couldn't see the win. That's what he said after the game. I couldn't see the win. And then Nihal handed the game on a platter. I think Nihal also has that nature, to try for those tricks in crunch moments. I think it just didn't work here.
Absolutely. By the way, we just have one more game left in the Masters. Actually, in the entire event, just one more game left between Anish and Robson. So, Sagar, your prediction of Anish kind of,
But I think this will also peter out into a draw. Don't think that this will go on for more than 5 more minutes.
And that means in the Masters section after round 1, we're going to have 2 leaders. It's going to be Vincent Keymer and Erigaisi Arjun.
Wow. So the game between Karthikeyan and Pranav also ended in a draw.
Yes.
Okay.
So the only winners were Arjun and Vincent. Yeah, then that's it.
And what about the challengers? Do we have any more winners there? Because we did see Pranesh winning, and we had 2 draws. Adhiban drew with Abhimanyu, and Iniyan drew with Vaishali.
So there is Diptayan who defeated Harika. In that position, he converged quite comfortably, and then Leon defeats Harshavardhan.
Nice.
With the white pieces. So there's 3 results in the challenger section, 2 results. That's what it looks like in the master section so far.
And
today.
people chat saying, I'm loving these blunders a lot. I think people really enjoy top players making mistakes because it feels so relatable. But of course, I think the loser at the end of the battle really, it's very hard to digest.
Correct. And I would really hope today for Vidit or Jorden. I would love Jorden to join us if we could make it happen. Jorden van Foreest coming in, playing this incredible game. I think he was the player of today. Although if you look at pure accuracy, then maybe it's Arjun Erigaisi.
It's usually, Arjun doing Arjun things. In the opening, he will create a messy position and then he plays like a computer afterwards and leaving no room for accuracy.
Tomorrow, you said player of the day, it would be Arjun or Jorden. They both play each other.
Wow.
So, we're going to see a spicy game tomorrow then.
Oh, by the way, a quick little fact for you. You cannot play King D6 here in this position. You can only play King D7. King D6 loses to Rook F5. So Anish still trying to wait for that last,
And Ray Robson finds it.
Of course.
Nice point there, 75. Rook E5, sort of stopping the king from entering now. Threat.
This would have won, but yeah.
And now just what? Rook A1, Rook A8 or Rook H1. I mean, anything is fine in this position. But Anish still trying to... Wait, maybe after Rook A1, I have King F3. Rook A8, I have King F4. So maybe I can still play in this position a bit.
He goes the other side.
It goes to H1. I think the idea is still the same.
But King F3, there is Rook F1 check, right? So you
right. Maybe King G3 then.
But then again, Rook F1.
Arey.
That's how I think this game will end in a draw.
Also, you can probably push the D pawn if King G3. Yeah, so
Yeah.
maybe that's enough distraction. So rare option, I think, will draw this and.
The final game, yes, this is the one.
Yep.
Wow. What a day of chess. What a day of chess. And if this is going to happen every day, I think the fans are going to have an amazing time, guys. You can follow this action live. Okay, draw there. Anish drew online, but you can also come here at the venue. We have great arrangements made for you. Enjoy this live with us over here, and you can even maybe meet a player or two.
Yeah, in fact, some players are signing autographs, and I even have this cool looking good. Good here.
Can we show Sahil Bhai on
Yeah,
the
can you show them?
screen?
Yeah. So wearing an Anish here. Oh, by the way, the game has ended in a draw.
Yeah.
So we have all the games. Anish and Ray also draw their game.
Oh wow, we have the results on our screen. Arjun beating Awonder Liang. Anish drawing with rare option. Vidit draw with Jorden. Pranav drew with Karthikeyan, and Vincent winning against Nihal Sarin.
Yeah.
What a
And
day.
in the challenges, we have Abhimanyu drawing to Adhiban, Leon defeating Harshavardhan. What a game that was. And Pranesh winning in just like 2 hours or something.
Shortest win of today.
Shortest win of today, yes. Then Harika loses to Diptayan Ghosh, and then Vaishali drawing against Iniyan.
5 out of 10 games were decisive today. So that's already very, very exciting. And yes, Sahil Bhai,
So you can definitely get this at the venue, and
anyone who comes can get such badges, right?
yeah, looking good, looking good.
Nice.
I'm going to get one of them just now, actually. Just
You need to call the Anish one. So now you.
no. We'll take one from you.
Guys, a beautiful day of chess. Loving the players' energy, loving the time control, loving the way they are taking risks, enjoying with my co-commentators here, Sahil and Sahaj, and we also had Kinsho joining us. So overall, a beautiful day of chess.
Absolutely, so much excitement. A classical chess is not drawish or anything like that, and today is a testament to that. And hopefully, we will see some really, really exciting games. In the next few days.
Yeah, stay tuned, guys, and see you all tomorrow. Bye bye.